Oh, you slept in your car?
What?
Oh, you slept in your
Wow! I slept in my car.
Were you doing that thing, the karaoke thing last night again?
No, I was at the office.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
was fixing a laptop. Well, I added I added a more memory
uh-huh.
and a a hmm, a solid state drive,
Oh,
an
wow, you really increased the speed of the thing then.
M.2 NVE. It already had an M.2,
Oh, okay.
but of a NAND or something like that.
Right.
And I found out that the one I added was the same size, but it was more, mm, even supposed to be maybe 3 or 4 times faster because it uses the PCIe bus. Mm,
Yeah, isn't that something? So how
something
was
like
it?
6,000 megabits per second.
Does it still work?
So, and I put it in and installed Windows 10 on it. And it's working good.
Okay.
Mm, mm.
Uh,
And when I left the office around 3 in the morning. So I stopped by at Wawa and got mm, mm, a a sandwich with 2 breads, pacini or something like that.
nice.
Mm, and mm, some vegetables in them inside and guacamole. Mm,
Once.
mm. And I got the USA Today newspaper. Yes, because it said, oh, what was the interesting article in there that I had to read? Hmm? Where's the page? Oh, election deniers hanging around.
Oh, you mean from the 2016 election?
The 2020 election, there's election deniers for for the mid for the midterms. There were 300 election denying candidates running.
Are 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 you are you familiar with Marcuse?
Who?
Marcuse.
Marcuse?
Yeah, he was I think an Italian, although Herbert Marcuse. He was basically a German American, not Italian, German American philosopher, social critic, political theorist, associated with the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory, born in Berlin. Studied at
No.
Humboldt University of Berlin and then at Freiburg. He received a PhD. Anyway, that's what Wikipedia says. In essence, Marcuse, he wrote One Dimensional Man, and
Hmm.
the way I think of him is as a uh, sort of leftist strategist, perhaps even Marxist strategist, but he's more Frankfurt School, so that's kind of a shadow crypto variation. what he would say is that you must and may do everything to move the culture to the left, and you must never allow, and you must make it absolutely verboten to do anything to go to the right.
Mm.
Yes.
Mm.
Now, notice there were election denials not only leading up to the 2016 election, during the 2016 election, and all through the Trump presidency, but to do the same thing during the 2020 election was verboten. So very much alive and well has been the work of Herbert Marcuse,
Oh,
his sort of radical sort of Marxist strategy at play.
oh,
He was known as
wow.
yes.
So, so in 2016, there was election denying,
Yeah, and it didn't
there's
stop after the
there's
inauguration either, because notice there were several even up to today, there have been attempts to delegitimize his
there's
presidency and his now current run. But I want you to take note about something in terms of how it's being prosecuted. If those who sought to take out Trump wanted to take out Trump, they could, but they used the weakest legal basis possible. Like they deploy strategies that aren't going to work because legally they're not strong enough to work. Which to me just says it's all for show, just to kind of keep people divided. Because remember, that was a great innovation that was developed over a course of centuries throughout Europe. It was the old divide and conquer.
oh,
Or to put it more
what
specifically,
about
like Nader would call it divide and rule.
and in 2016, wasn't there, or was it 2000? Must have been 2016. Oh, in 2020 also, there was some election, not election denying, but election fraud suspicion on the side of the DNC.
You can
in favor of the Democratic candidate that was chosen against the popular Bernie Sanders.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The Democratic Party in 2016 proved it wasn't democratic.
In Arizona. And then why is it happening in Arizona every time? And in Arizona there was
the general idea there.
And in Iowa or there's a state that they have an interesting way of doing things.
Good morning.
In the primaries.
Good morning, Don. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning, Mommy. And it looks like we're saying good morning to Cairo, who's just coming home.
Yes.
From work.
Oh. What is your work, Cairo?
Today I was upgrading a laptop. for adding from 16 gigabytes of RAM to 32, and a faster solid state drive. Hmm.
Well, I'm gonna have to hire you to come on up to Citrus County so you can work on my computer.
Hmm. And then I left the office at 3 in the morning, and then I stopped at Wawa, and then I parked. I got home and parked and stayed in the car until just now.
Oh.
So I slept in the car a little bit.
And you were too tired to walk in the house.
Yes, I feel comfortable here.
Yes, that's awesome.
And so I just stayed in the car until the sun woke me up and the alarm to wake up and think clearly.
And Joel, are you now back in Canada?
I am in the land of the cold and the home of the free.
Oh,
Look at Rami's puppy.
That's our
Letting the dog in. Who let the dog in?
Doxy Poo. We got both dogs trimmed a week or two ago. When he isn't trimmed, he looks like an Ewok. Part Dachshund, part Poodle. All
I-
hypoallergenic.
I got trimmed in Kokomo.
you went to Kokomo?
I was in Kokomo, the real Kokomo, not just the one from the song.
Oh,
Which
I
one?
wanted to see that Kokomo.
Yeah. Not anyway. Now I can tell people that I've had my hair cut in Tokyo, Kokomo, and Toronto.
Hmm,
Oh,
Joel,
Kokomo.
did you come in twice now into the Zoom?
No, I think that's Hyro or Rami or somebody else.
that may be Miss Khan, our new member.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good
Good morning.
morning.
Good morning. Wow.
Good morning. I didn't hear your name, but good morning.
It's Warda.
Wortha?
Warda, yeah.
Warda.
Werta.
Yes, Warda.
Warda.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet you, sort of.
Nice to meet you.
Same here.
Hmm.
So how did you find this motley crew, Werta?
It's on Meetup, so I find it over here.
Oh, okay.
There.
In the Central Philosophy meetup? Central
Yeah.
Philosophers?
Exactly. Yes, over there.
Man. Wow.
Dawn, I haven't forgotten you wanted to find someone to learn Vinci online. I thought I had you lined up with some people, but they didn't follow through. So I haven't forgotten about you. I would love to help you learn to play, but I think your reputation precedes you. Everyone knows that you're too intelligent and you'll win and beat them all, so they're afraid to try, especially the men.
I'm so glad you spread those lies and rumors. No worries, Joel. No worries.
They're not lies, and you know it.
So to give you some background, Warda, if you
Mhm.
notice, there's a game board behind Joel. This is a game which he has invented, and he's always trying to get people to play it.
Oh, all right. And
Yeah.
what are the rules of the game and how to
One day in the not too distant future, it'll be more popular than Monopoly.
All right.
Chess.
As they said in Fiddler on the Roof, Hyro, from your lips to God's ears.
Mm, wow.
I love games, so don't get me started. So, Warda, where are you located?
I'm located in Miami, Florida.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So from where everyone is located, like from where you guys are located.
Well, Hiro and I are in the neighboring cities of Orlando and Winter Park.
Oh, Orlando, okay.
Mm.
And I'm in Citrus County, Florida, so I'm north.
All right.
And I'm in Toronto, Canada.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're back in Toronto. You were in Kokomo?
I was in Kokomo, yes, but only for a haircut. It's my desire to have a haircut at as many different places in the world as possible.
I can tell from your haircut you now look Kokomoan.
Do I?
Yes. I can tell. Your head looks more like a peanut.
I better go put my hat on.
Oh, I wonder which hat is going to be.
Mm.
We haven't chosen a topic to talk about yet, Warda. We're still greeting each other and
Mhm.
goofing around.
All
Oh,
right.
look at this hat. It's the 10-gallon hat. Well, it's not 10 gallon, but
It's my cowboy hat from Texas.
ah.
The hat I wore all day at the Rattlesnake Roundup in Sweet.
Oh. Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah, and I bought it at an exclusive Western store called Target.
Okay.
Keep in mind, Target didn't really work in Canada. They tried and failed.
Yeah,
So-
I know. I was one of their first customers because I like Target. It's a bit high end for me, but I like it anyway. And I got a Target credit card in Canada, and the store wasn't far from me, but it didn't work here.
Mm.
Mhm.
Why is that?
Different consumer tastes, and people already had their established retailers that they went to. Canadian Tire would be the main one, and the Canadian Tire was actually in the same mall as the Target. So
Canadian Tire.
yeah, it's a big national chain of hardware, automotive type things.
But Target sells all kinds of things.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But I guess you guys only want to buy tires and things.
yeah, tires and rattlesnakes.
Is anyone else imagining Canadians dressed like the Michelin Man now?
Can they all wear the hat that Joel's wearing?
You know, when Neonita and I went to the Rattlesnake Roundup and I first put the hat on to walk in with the other Western type people, I said to her, "So do I look like a cowboy now?" And she said, "No, you look like a Jew." And it's funny she should say that because this hat in black is very much like the type of hat that the Orthodox Jews in New York wear.
Yes, that's what
Yes,
you look
exactly.
Yeah,
like.
exactly what I thought too when I first put it on.
It's
And
great you have a wife that'll tell you the truth.
yeah, it's true. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Oh my God, yes.
Mm. Wow, I'm learning so much. Mm.
Did you have a
This is
hi,
very
son?
cool.
Did you have a Seder? Have you done any sort of Passover celebrations this year?
No, not this year, but I got an email from my niece saying that she and her father went to a Seder. So that's as close as I've come to one this year.
Mm. Seder, is that the word for
Yeah.
Passover?
Now that's the name of the meal that they have in the evening, and it's kind of like a combination of a service and a meal, and it's a ritual to get together around.
Mm. And they have that around this time?
Yeah.
Mm.
Usually they have it for the first 2 nights of Passover. So you can go visit the in-laws and have one at your own place, eat both sets of in-laws. Although the real reason for it is that the calendar is different in different parts of the world.
Yeah, it sort of accounts for an off by one error because you're not sure which day is the actual prescribed day. So covered.
Yeah.
Mm. Hmm. Hmm.
So I was gonna buy a hat band at the Rattlesnake Roundup because they make these hat bands out of rattlesnake hide. But considering it was about 20 times more expensive than the hat itself, I thought I would, and I might never wear this hat other than as a souvenir from Texas. I thought better of it, especially
Mm.
when I looked in my wallet and I saw how little was there.
Mm. Wow.
Are the fuel prices comparative between the because you drove all the way down to Texas and then back up again?
They're a little cheaper in the US. It's a bit complicated to go through all the gymnastics of converting US gallons to imperial gallons and back to liters and taking the price of the liters and multiplying them by some factor that I never remember what it is. Generally, I'd say it's just a little bit cheaper in the United States.
2.89 liters per gallon, but I don't know. You just told me there are two kinds of liter now, so that's new for me. Welcome, Wakar.
What car? Wow.
Hello.
What car?
Hi.
It sounds like an
Hmm.
Arabic name or something.
I'm from
Arabic or
Pakistan.
Asian name?
Pakistan?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm from
Wow.
Pakistan too.
That's kind of
So you're from Pakistan too? iPhone, I don't know I can't read your name.
Where the?
Would you like your name changed, Warda, from iPhone 4?
Yes, please.
Iro, can you do that? You're I think the host.
oh, let's see if I can.
Or maybe
see.
Rami, is he an assistant host or co-host or whatever they call it?
Let's see. Rename. Oh wow. Wow. I feel accomplished. Warda, like this. Let's see. Like that.
Yes, exactly like that.
Wow. Isn't technology wonderful? I feel grateful. Oh, the other day I'm on Facebook and I got looking back, it says like, oh, 7 years ago you posted this, 3 years ago you posted that, 5 years ago you posted that. And I saw one from 3 years ago and it said that I was setting up an audio podcast for this meetings. Like they go on Zoom, but I also pick up the audio and I put it into a podcast that goes on Spotify. I started doing that 3 years ago. But I kind of gave up on that after a few months. Kind of a lot of work. But I still, so I've been doing this for 3 years or over 3 years. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, that's good.
Every Saturday. Well, I missed a few. And I've gotten up late a few times.
That's okay. That's awesome that you've been doing this. It's a lot to deal with, and sometimes you don't always get people who show up with you, I'm sure.
Wow.
That's great.
And who's been here the longest time? Maybe Rami, followed by Joel. And then Don. And now I have Warda and Wakar.
Yeah, I feel welcome here too. Thanks for that.
Are you joining us
Wow.
from Pakistan or elsewhere on the
Yeah,
globe?
I'm joining from Lahore, Pakistan. That's
What
a
time?
city.
Wow.
I'm
That's
from the
Yeah.
same city as
hard.
well.
I'm so grateful.
Yeah.
Oh, Wanda said she's from the same city as
Yeah.
Wakar.
Varda, you're from Lahore too?
Yes, I'm from Lahore too.
Wow.
Okay. Nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
Lahore. Lahore. Lahore? Lahore. How do you
This
Yeah,
spell
might
Lahore.
be an exciting meeting because two people from the same town met here on your Zoom today. That's amazing.
And one time there was this Japanese guy that I invited over, and then Joel went to Japan and met him.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, he's a Japanese philosopher by the name of Hiroshi Satao. And we played Vinci. He's the first person, the first Japanese person to play Vinci on Japanese soil.
Wow.
He's a very nice guy. I wasn't sure he was going to show up, because I didn't know where I was in Tokyo, and I never realized if he would show up, but he looks exactly like he looked on the meetup. He walked in the lobby of the hotel. He looked at me and waiting, and we recognized each other, and it was fabulous.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Small world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So, what were
Aran.
what was the conversation about?
We haven't,
Philosophy. We haven't decided that yet.
no,
Mm.
we haven't. Do you have something you want to talk about?
I have actually a lot of things to talk about, but maybe that would not be relevant here. Okay, I can suggest a topic.
Okay.
Philosophy. So I've been reading about Greek philosophy, specifically Stoicism. So that's what I've been studying for past maybe a year or so. So that's what I'm interested in, specifically Epictetus and some. I've read a book about Meditations from Marcus Aurelius.
Mm-hmm.
He was a Roman emperor.
Mhm.
First, I read that, and after Epictetus. So
So have
that's
you?
what.
So Wakar, have you already joined Stoic Dan's Orlando Stoics or Tampa Stoics or Daytona Beach Stoics meetup group Zooms?
No, I've been on Meetup for past 5 to 6 days. I'm new here.
All right.
Mhm.
Well, I have the groups for you, and I'll send you the links in the chat area.
Yeah,
Mm.
thanks for that. I'll join them. It's always good to have a conversation and having different point of views. It broadens the perspective. I always like that. And just conversation, meeting other people, it's always a good thing.
Rami, how
Mhm.
would you summarize Stoicism in 3 or 4 or 5 or I don't know how many words?
Don't panic. Don't worry about what you cannot control. How about that?
Mm.
That's a good explanation.
Mm.
I
Wow.
think that's
Or you can say you can control everything by your like subconscious mind,
Mm.
if you think like that.
no, the thing about Stoicism is it's mostly about rational thinking, and
Mhm.
it's a way of thinking. For example, the things we can control. For example, what is the origin of suffering? We suffer because we try to control the things that we have no control over. For example,
Mm.
if I go on the road and there's some guy that cuts me off and
Mm.
he curses at me, so
Mhm.
I cannot control that person's mouth or his thinking or what the words that are coming
Right.
out of his mouth. So in Stoicism, you train yourself to be indifferent to the things that are not in your control. The only thing that is in control, that we have control over, and I agree with it, according to Epictetus, are our reactions and our choices. That's
Exactly.
it. Sometime not even our body is in our own control. For example, if we get sick, or if we are imprisoned,
Mm.
other people have sometimes power over even our own body.
Mm.
Mhm.
So Stoics are in a sense indifferent to their own body too. For example, I was reading about Epictetus, and he was a slave,
Mm.
and when he was freed, then he became mentor to Emperor of Rome, Marcus Aurelius.
Mm.
Although he was dead by that time, but Marcus Aurelius considered him his teacher.
Mm.
So he said that there is a story written about him, that when his master was twisting his leg and beating him,
Mhm.
torturing Epictetus, then he said that if you keep on doing this, then this leg will break. And after some time, his legs were broken. So
Mhm.
he said, "Didn't I tell you that this leg will break if you keep on doing?" So there is a detachment from pain that is inflicted on your own body in Stoicism. So that's why if you see a character that is described as stoic
Mm.
in movies or in anime, you see that he doesn't feel any pain, he doesn't feel unhappy or sad, he's stoic.
Mhm.
So there is some detachment from feelings too in Stoicism, because Stoics are mainly, they train themselves to be indifferent
Mm.
to external factors.
Mhm.
So
So
that's it.
Go on, Warda.
so
you.
like what I understand is that you mean to say that they make themselves emotionless and feelingless.
No, that's a rational, reasonable way of thinking, that if you want to suffer in life, then
Mm-hmm.
you try to control the things that are not in your control. For example, in news media, you hear that there was a bus accident and 13 people were dead, or
Yeah.
something like that. Okay.
Right.
So Stoics focus on practicality more. They focus on their own choices, their own reactions. So
Mhm.
another form of suffering is that you could do something about it, but you did not. So that's also a form of suffering, that is guilt. So Stoics mainly focus on the things that they can do. They focus, for example, Epictetus says that the only good and bad can only exist in your own self.
Right.
It means your own choices. So
Mm-hmm.
that's a very practical approach to life, that you have
Right.
to focus on your own choices, your own actions, your intentions.
Agree. Your emotion,
So
thoughts, and actions are entirely in your control, right?
that's, yes, exactly.
Thinking
So
about it makes it so.
Mm. But
yeah, that's another debate, that if you have a free will or not. Uh, that's another debate. But I like to think that I have control over my own choices or thinking my intentions.
is it wise to think that we could maybe not control others' feelings or emotions or happiness, we can't do anything about it, but we can maybe mm, have some wisdom to mm, to have some action towards them that you could estimate that might lead them to some happiness or less harm. Like I was watching on Hulu, or no, I wasn't watching. I was listening to it while I was at work last night, and it was some episode of The Great that has to do about an empress that becomes the wife of a Peter of Russia, but not Peter the Great, but the one that came afterwards. I guess his son became Peter, Emperor of Russia, and he needed a wife, so they made a deal with another country and got this this wife, and he wasn't a good husband, or or he's just thinks of her as she's gonna give him many sons and make him happy, and that's the purpose of her in his life. And and he punched her, and he was wondering why she's not happy being the empress of Russia. So he's thinking about, how come she's not happy? Well, maybe I punched her. And I thought it was kind of funny that he's he's saying that she's supposed to it's her responsibility to be happy and to make me happy and for her to be happy, and he's all confused wondering why she's not happy. It's her job to be happy. So what would Stoics say about that? Are we to say it's up to others around me to be happy and there's nothing we can do about it, it's out of our control, it's everyone's responsibility to be happy, and so we can we can just I don't know, work on our happiness and forget about others? I don't know, what do you think?
I can answer that in my own point of view, what I've read and what I've resonated to, that in Stoicism there is a concept of that inner moral voice, and many cultures have that concept too. For example, in my culture, in Urdu, there is a saying that if you want to say something to a man, to say to him that you should be honest in life, we say that you should listen to the voice of your zamir.
Right.
So there's a similar concept in Stoicism. They say that the purpose of life is to be on good terms with your daimon, eudaimonia. You meaning to be on good terms, daimonia means daimon, your inner moral self that guides you. There is, unless a person is a psychopath or he has some mental disorder or something, then everybody can feel empathy at least. That's and I think that that moral voice exists in each and every human being. So the purpose in life is to be on good terms with your zamir or with your daimon or your inner higher self, that your moral self. So happiness in Stoicism is a byproduct of this thinking, that we should be on good terms with our own moral self, with our own morality. What we think is good, we should act upon it. So we should have a good relationship with our own moral selves. That's the purpose of life in Stoicism, and
Mhm.
it is same with our saying in Urdu that अपने ज़मीर की आवाज़ सुनो, listen to the voice of your ज़मीर. So
Mm.
that's
Well,
the
that
purpose of life. And
that is interesting. But one thing I will say is, if you speak about people, and I wonder what sort of person I would look and say that this person is the best, perhaps, to follow. Well, let's look at, I'd say, the example of Jesus, and everybody resonates with this person. Very kind person, and this person went around helping people, and this person was very much persecuted, yet he was unwavering. And if you look at Stoicism, it tells you about mechanisms by which you live, but the bigger picture is still not answered in Stoicism, such as the source of things. Where, what about this? You mentioned that spirit, the spirit of goodness, this inner voice, but this inner voice is synonymous with the soul, the inner voice which guides us towards morality. And what about this goodness? Why are we moving, by goodness? What exactly is this goodness to begin with? And if you look at religious teachings, they also mention something called righteousness, the righteousness, a
Right.
spirit of truth to move by. What I actually, the main reason I do not subscribe to Stoicism is because the mechanism is same, but the explanation, if you look at the Bible, is given much better than Stoicism, because you see the person of Jesus Christ, he is the embodiment of the perfect Stoic, but also he mentions the source of creation. He mentions this ethereal God who is outside space and time, and speaks of this order of existence and evil and everything. And you can really see that how much deeper it is there than Stoicism, which only mentions a mechanism.
Mm.
You're welcome,
so,
Aran.
Aaron, I met you in another group, I think yesterday, and it's a pleasure to meet you again, bro. The things you've said were really deep, and I learned a lot from them in our previous meeting. So it's good to meet you again.
Yeah,
Where-
it's nice to meet truth seekers anyways.
Where
Yeah.
is Aaron from?
No, I'm anonymous.
Oh,
Yes,
and so
that's okay too.
you're a mystery. And what is Aaron? What does Aaron mean?
I don't know.
Oh. Mm.
That's not my real name anyways.
Oh, wow. Oh, denoting a type of knitwear, a garment with
That's the English word. That's the English word. Maybe Aaron is a super general intelligence AI, because he said,
Oh.
I like Aaron actually.
Maybe he's an AI.
Yeah.
An AI is something. Computer generated meetup person.
So
Well,
Aaron, the thing you said now, I agree to some extent. And according to Stoics, the only goodness that you have comes from your own self. So do what you think is good. Be a good man. That's the purpose of life in Stoicism. And I agree with that. If you think that to be a good man, you should believe in the teachings of Jesus or other religions, then that's okay. I'm fine with it. Just be a good man. That's what Stoics say. That's the purpose of life, to be a good man.
Are you familiar with the time that the youth referred to Jesus as good teacher, and Jesus's admonition of him when he invoked the use of the word good?
No, I'm not
He said, who are you calling good? No one is good except for God.
Wow.
Yeah. So what is God to you? What do you consider God?
God is the source of creation outside space and time, and intelligence, which is boundless. And the reason I say that obviously has to do with investigations into reality. If you look at the world, it is so complicated with so much information. And you think about it, there's so many systems by default before we even came. We are just investigating them using scientific method. And then you look at these systems and you think, such as in nature, photosynthesis, anything, and you say, how did this come to be? And you think and you look and you look, what are designs, what are the examples that which are in nature that we understand, and we understand that anything we create or design comes from the mind. We use our mind to create and understand things, and these systems, if you look at engineering, we use intelligence to create more. So it's kind of this reasoning we use to understand that an intelligence would be a cause for all the information. In fact, there's a very good argument using this. The DNA. The DNA has a digital code. So this digital code is, basically like code. We humans are programmable beings, and we see that we are kind of programmed, and this digital code which subsides in us. And then, what are the chances that this code happened by random, or this code happened by design? That argument is a very interesting one. And if we look at our real life, and if we look at, let's look at a desert, random winds blowing, and what is being created by these winds blowing. If you try to do, things like take something in a jar and shake it up, you don't get a cube or a diamond or some sophisticated design by itself. You need to design those things. And that is the interesting aspect of reality. When you see complexity beyond understanding, we don't even understand a molecule or a cell in its completeness. And some say a cell is like a supercomputer. It's that complicated. Then you look and you think about what sort of intelligence might have designed this.
Wow.
That's amazing.
In fact, some say we might be living in a play. You see that movie Matrix. Neo is awakened. In religious teachings, they used to speak about, I mentioned this to Wakar, enlightenment or awakening of sorts. The whole world is going in a flow. They're living their whole lives, in a normal fashion. And they look for success. They're going this and that way. Everybody's just going with the flow, like in the movie Matrix. Everybody's just doing something. But some people get awakened and understand that there is this program going on. People are going in a flow of things. They don't really have complete control over their actions, neither understanding of why they are or who they are or where they are. So that matrix kind of was a aha moment for many people. In the fate, if you look at the position Neo was, because now Neo had a transcendent understanding that he could see that these people are going by they're going by a flow which they are not even aware of.
So Aaron, the thing you mentioned about we're living it is a possibility that we're living in a simulation. So if you're living in a simulation, then we can never know that we are living in a simulation. How can a non-playing character NPC know that he is a character in a game? So isn't it irrelevant to be thinking about?
No, it's not irrelevant. I'll actually answer your question. I thought about this. I used to think, it just recently came to my mind that sometimes you should try to look from the angle of, let's say, a designer or a god. I'm a god. I create, some reality, and then I have to create it, and I have to create, provide some meaning to it, like story. If you look at history, it's like chapters after chapters after chapters, and you look at it, that does not appear random. Even if you read the Bible, it mentions the dragon, the serpents, and everything is going in chapter wise, and the whole history is someone's story after all, his story. When you look at these things, and if you're a designer, you are creating great meaning And for that, you need to, construct events. You have to, like a designer, you have to program these various points of important events which will take place in history. And this is the matrix. If you don't recognize that there is this something we call as fate, a destiny, already pre-programmed conditions which happen, and people who just go by the flow are completely at the mercy of their fate, right?
Right.
Some people are able to overcome this pre-programming which the designer has put in place. And these people are able to supersede, to look from a greater angle, and now they have control over their lives relatively more than the people who are looking, who are just part of the flow. Just look at the people around you. If you
I have a, can I ask you a question?
go on.
Can a blind person dream in colors? Is it possible?
It's a good question.
Well, what is that supposed to mean to begin with? A person dreaming, and how does that relate?
That
You're talking about
relates to
perspective.
I'm talking about the pre-programming and destiny. So it is true to some extent, but the more we learn about this world, the more we come to know about the reality that we live in. For example, 1,000, 2,000 years ago, when a lightning was seen in the sky, it was thought to be Zeus, god of thunder, or some mythological creature. Now we have an explanation for that. For example, in earthquakes, they used to think that there were demons underground and they were shaking the earth. So that was the explanation of an earthquake. Now we know that there are tectonic plates that are moving slightly, and that friction causes the earthquakes. So when we have further knowledge of our reality, we push back mythology step by step as we progress in our society. So where is those mythological gods now? Where are they now? Nobody thinks of them seriously. So the god is pushed to the now in this current age. I think the concept of deity, all-powerful single deity, or many gods is pushed back to that starting point. They say that how did it begin? We cannot understand that universe came from nothing, from a single point, that Big Bang. So nobody says that there is Zeus in the sky when they see lightning. You understand me?
Yes, I understand, and I would answer that question. The point you are saying is that we are simply adding more and more information. So you're talking about earthquakes and many things. We simply have more information than before. People make judgments based on what they understand or what they already know, the information. And we have more information, let's say today. And based on that, we say, oh, we know earthquake. But just knowing the earthquake in detail does not negate the idea of design, because think about this. People who were already living and believed in God, they also knew that there was the sun, and the sun was much more complicated than anything they could devise. They already recognized the concept of this intelligence, which is beyond their complete comprehension. The point is that we today now understand a bit more of the mechanisms by which the creation is made. Even in the Christian tradition, they mentioned creation and the creator as separate. If you look at that, they mention the creator is different, the creation is different. So the mechanisms, as in Stoicism you speak about, knowing more about the mechanisms does not negate the idea of a creator. It's just that we understand something more, right? And that was my point. Today, I think people take it a bit more, in this fashion that, oh, this Zeus and that. But you should actually ask this question, why to begin with? Why is it that we had this understanding of God to begin with throughout every civilization? God is not quite like Santa Claus, that in one civilization, there is this myth of God, but in another, there isn't. There's actually universal. So that is a very interesting observation. If I was the designer, if I were to design my, beings like human beings, I would probably program them the concept of God so that they can make sense of reality. It's actually so simple to understand that because these beings with 100 IQs cannot perceive and understand what I am capable of completely, I provide them this ultimate truth, ultimate understanding of the creator by which they try to understand. But the problem being here is that if you apply that logic everywhere, like, earthquakes and so forth, you obviously won't get complete correct answers. Yet my point being that it does not negate the idea of God.
Wow, you got muted.
No, I did myself.
You timed yourself out.
The Eastern Christian tradition, the Orthodox, has a whole branch of theology known as I think it's I may be mispronouncing it, but I think it's apophatic, something along those lines. I'll put the spelling.
Apocrypha.
The idea. Thank you. The idea where you can never really define God, so you spend your time saying what God is not.
No, that's interesting.
My personal experiences is I would not say that I cannot know God because I studied near-death experiences very much. And I found in near-death experiences, for great evidence, actually pretty much complete what you call, so many people could not be perpetually lying. You have to use your logic. You look at near-death experiences and the people speak of this coming out of their body, this out-of-body phenomena, and another phenomena called seeing the white light and a tunnel. And this bright, massive light, which they see and they feel very compassionate towards. Many people mention, even meeting other, this person clothed in white and complete, shining very brightly. And these people who undergo near-death experiences, they completely transform their lives. So it is very interesting evidence when I look at and I see the frequency of these reportings that I kind of infer based on them. So obviously, I don't say that God cannot be known because the creator has to make himself known. And to begin with, why is there pre-programming in the first place? Nobody knows about quantum science by default, but they do know about God.
So Aaron, do you know about DMT?
Yes, I know about DMT.
So that's a chemical that is produced in our brain, especially in near-death situations. And on a DMT trip, many people, I don't have experienced it personally. So the people experiencing DMT, they report that they have this feeling of leaving their own body and seeing themselves from above and then shooting themselves in another realm, a realm of a very obscure, they couldn't explain that in words clearly, but there are some beings in that realm. So there is a possible explanation for that near-death experience, I think. It could be that DMT. There is a possibility.
Yeah, you can say, but I did investigate that matter because that is obviously the first thing that will come to your mind. That is it a hallucination of your mind. But when I investigated, you see these people reporting the scene, that which is undertaking, and they actually tell you that there is a coin below. And then when they wake up consciously, they are actually able to tell that, ask the doctor, is there a coin below? So that is very interesting, very hard. In fact, Christopher Hitchens was completely not debating this topic of near-death experiences because this is very troublesome. If someone is already describing something in real time, and if it completely negates it as a hallucination. So, these things are, if you look, obviously I would investigate, is it a hallucination or not? Because I am a truth seeker. But when you look at it, there is more probability going other ways. And you might look at the, concept of spirit, soul in all traditions. You're also from another tradition. They also mention soul. They also mention soul in here, there, everywhere. Why is there such frequency of the same concept throughout the world? You have to see that things as we, consider sometimes primitive has actually great reasoning, which we cannot see often.
I mean, human experiences cannot be treated as a first grade evidence. For example, world affects different people differently. For example, if I was bullied in my school, then whenever I visit that building, I will have that negative feeling that I was bullied in this place. Comparing that to a person who met their best friend in that building, that school, who met their high school sweetheart, which he married later. So he had a wonderful experience. Same building, same location, it affects people differently. So everyone has their own perspective. So we cannot trust what people say, what they experienced. There has to be something behind that, some empirical evidence or some logic reasoning, if not something empirical.
What
You understand me?
what if whatever empirical, logical reasoning we apply, it's only being applied to the circuitry, to the software, firmware, to the fabric of this that we're in, this matrix, but it can never be applied to the soul, to the experiencer. So that's why when you go into studying neuroscience more and more, you can't find the mind. You can say, oh, the mind is what the brain does. And in books like Consciousness Explained, Daniel Dennett is trying to say that our consciousness is an illusion, because, well, in the end, it's saying that our being conscious, being aware, is not real.
I've got a response to that. If your consciousness is an illusion, I can disregard you.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a political trick to me,
And
because
so,
any insight that would come from consciousness, I will disregard and I will plow forward with whatever idea I consider is important to me.
and so that benefits the pharmaceutical industry to fix us. When we're behaving this way, we can prescribe this to make you behave the other way. Because
Well, I can agree upon, pharmaceutical aspect, definitely, because my uncle had taken some antidepressants, let's say, and that did him much more worse than good. So yeah, the reason is actually, these medicines at many times, they kind of lower the symptoms, but they do not cure the cause, and this is something people forget. Cause is a lot due to our lifestyles,
mhm.
Obesity and many other chronic illnesses are due to our lifestyles,
So we can say that all those mythological creatures are still there, like lightning. Oh, that's Zeus. Well, just because with science, we figured out how it comes about, that does not necessarily negate that Zeus was behind it. So we could continue seeing this world full of spirits, the spirit of this mountain, the spirit of this river, the spirit of the sky, and everything. That having that is not necessarily going to explain how it works, but you can just like live with that. That it's all spiritual. that it's all mental in a way, that we're in a matrix. That we're so involved in the game that we forget that we're spirits.
Aaron, you talk about matrix, right? So my question over here is, do you like, okay, people just follow the matrix because they don't even know that they are in the matrix, right? So can we escape from this matrix? And if we can, how do you think we can escape from it?
Well, I think that would be to become conscious, conscious that is aware in simple sense, aware that you are part of this. We are already aware that humans have this primal mode, the less thinking mode, where they are. You must have looked at the tribes. They go with the circle of life. They, grow up, they try to earn, and then, they marry, and they die, and the circle goes on, goes on. This is primal programming. All right.
Right.
The very circle we follow of life is programming, and we all follow it to some extent.
Exactly.
And yep. And people who will control, or for that, actually, you also need to know the truth. How do you go by life, not part of the matrix? And if you look at these even religious traditions, they even say, for example, in the Bible, it mentions about the fleshly desires, about temptations. And the world is actually constructed based on your desires and feelings. You like to play sports, so you will go and play sports. You like a woman, so you will marry and have children. You're at whim of some feeling, some desire or some temptation, unaware. If you become aware of these feelings that which drive you, and you're able to reason them, that then you are having more free will, you are having more choice and awareness. Oh, I'm feeling angry, someone is shouting at me, but wait a minute, I can stop. I can look and wait a minute, I don't need to shout at that person at that very moment.
Right.
Probably, so that is kind of taking control of these impulses. In Matrix, it also showed, impulses, these electrical stimulus, which were moving people.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
Can we
So the
have
thing-
Don? Can we have Don speak?
Yes, I wanted to also respond to Warda's question because I wanted to make reference to the matrix itself and where it exists. And I think we could all say it exists in the mind. And it is a manifestation of the matrix in our physical world because it is it's supposed to be a physical representation of our collective conscience. And the way to, from my perspective, the way to disconnect from the matrix is disconnect your mind. And they show that in the Matrix movies, because when they get into the matrix, they have to connect something to their minds in the back of their heads and to their brains. And then they disconnect from that to remove themselves from the matrix. But whatever words we choose to use always makes it more confusing because words get in the way. Your meaning for a particular word is different from my meaning for a particular word. And so no matter what we do, we keep going into this circle because there is no word to really explain what the true high level of consciousness there is and the force we call God that created us. And we keep circling around it and using words and going back and forth between these words with each other, but we always end up missing the mark because whatever it is that is temporary is not real. That is the physical or material world. And so, yeah.
So you, by this, you mean to say this, the whole world and where we are living right now and whatever we're doing it is just illusion.
It is an illusion only because it is temporary. That's why they say it's an illusion. It's not real. It only exists in our minds. If we don't participate in it, then it does not exist to us. And let me give you an example. They say if a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound? It only makes a sound if someone is there to hear it. If we are not there to hear it, it does not make a sound. So if we don't participate in this system, it does not exist because it only exists in our minds if we participate with it. And a lot of us miss that mark. We don't get it. I forget it constantly because I go back into my world and I'm doing my thing and then I forget, oh my God, this is not even important. This is not even important. But if you want to participate in this world, then it comes along with all of these other things that we end up trying to resist and fight against it. But in reality, what you resist persists. You're making it real by resisting it. Just don't participate in it is an option as well.
But
So
what
Dawn,
about
can I ask you a question, Dawn?
Yes.
So can you imagine one thing that is permanent in our existence?
No.
I mean, if there is that one thing, then it has to be outside of space and time.
I cannot think of
Our-
one thing that is permanent.
Our mind is not even capable of imagining a single thing that is outside of space and time. So that's why I said it earlier that thinking that we are in a simulation, by that logic, we would be the NPCs of this game. So we would never be able to know if this is actually a simulation or not. So we better, it is, I don't think it is relevant to think that we are living in, unless we can prove it. We cannot go outside this space and time even in our own minds. Forget about
No,
the
but it's just
practicality.
words. It's just words. You see, you're using the word simulation, and that word triggers you to feel like, oh no, we shouldn't do that because this is what it means. But forget the meaning of the word simulation. Don't attach to it. It doesn't matter because you will use a word that I don't agree with, and we're all talking about the same thing. We're missing the mark. That's why we spin in circles. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what, if you want to talk about it, fine. But some people end up suffering because they disagree. But it doesn't matter what word you use to describe the effect of leaving this material world, simulation, fake world, physical world. It doesn't matter the word. If you want to leave it, don't participate in it in your mind.
what about pain?
But
What
this
about
is the only word
pain?
that we have. We
We-
don't
No,
have
we
another
have-
word.
When you go in meditation, you have other words as well, other dimensions. You can live out there.
Yes, yes, exactly.
You just unwire your
Okay.
brain from here and just like take your subconscious mind to another dimension.
Exactly. Yes.
Well, one
You
thing,
don't have to participate, but the physical world does exist to many people because they're participating in it.
well, one thing I will mention here is that we can dwell much deeper, and I even say that the world as it is more holographic in nature. Perhaps that's what you mean. But I'll say one more thing importantly was, by the way, Rami, you mentioned about George Orwell, and that, I have investigated George Orwell and Aldous Huxley both. And I understand a bit or two about them. And by the way, my understanding of political systems is that I understand them as what you call puppet show. So you have one party and the other, they are fighting each other. That's just a drama to delude us. They are actually funded by the same people. If you follow the money, you will understand that. I have a photo of Trump and Clinton shaking hands and being good buddies, and then shouting at each other, "You'll go to jail," and and this whole charade and TV serial going on. This is all drama, puppet show to kind of make people fall into this delusion. Anyways, about about this aspect, well, even if the world is a simulation or not, and by the way, at least we can think about it. See, but simulation is just a mechanism term. I'm just saying, if there, what I'm saying is that if you look at the tradition, if you look at why I give why I give credibility to religions, is if you look at the saints and the manner they lived, they would detach themselves from the things. They would not succumb to food and the desires of the flesh. What did that mean? The first time I heard was from these traditions, these famous books, and I thought, what do you mean by these desires and fleshly thing? Now you understand it mentions the material realm, and not to attach yourself from this lower reality, right? And the higher reality is that's pretty much what the saints were trying to do. What could be the highest for a person? To achieve the desire, to go to the highest realm, that which transcends our created reality. And that's why these saints are so revered, because their actions and the purpose that they achieved actually is of such consequences. What could be greater if there is a creator, but to go to his level, to try to seek him? And if you look at the life of saints, it is completely in accordance with what we understand mechanistically about the delusion, the material delusions. And these saints are the best people who overcame, all the lusts and desires of flesh. They were completely unbound and unattached from this world, just so that they can be in the higher dimension with God.
Yes, I agree with you. However, even the saints were missing the mark, because it has nothing to do with restrictions and controls and rules. What it has to do with is the growth of our souls. And what happens when we look in the past, we cannot understand, we cannot conceive of the consciousness of the people. What we can see is the representation of it in physicality. And what happens is we believe, oh yeah, if I do these things because that's what these people did, then that means that I am on the right path. I am, going the way. But it's actually missing the mark, because it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with our souls learning to exist within this realm and make specific choices that will edify and continue to evolve the soul, as opposed to becoming deeply involved in the material world. That's it. It doesn't mean that everybody shouldn't do this. You shouldn't smoke. You're not supposed to drink. You're not supposed to do any of those things. That's not it. That's missing the mark. It's just the way that you make choices. And it's different for each one of us, because every time we try to make a rule, it's against what somebody else believes. Don't do it. It's not necessary. The way is specific for each person. And that's it. Nothing more. It's so subtle.
Well, I'll mention more about the research I did on COVID in a moment. I'll talk about that. But before that, I'll also mention what you mentioned. And it's interesting, Tom, you're saying, yes, but you should also say that having one leg in the world is going to really get you dirty. We live in the world, we understand, but we need to understand a hermit who lives on a mountain is completely disattached, not attached with things that we are to, I'm probably attached to, let's say, coffee, you are attached to this and that. These things still bind us, right? If you look at these people, they can sit in a place for a really long time, even without food and sustenance. They have so good control over themselves. And so, you cannot say that you're spiritually blessed if you keep going to McDonald's and, you are enslaved by some, burger or some pizza or some phone, electronics. Look at the people. They're enslaved by their mobile phones. This is the plan. If you look at the Bible, they say about the enemy, to dumb down people from the real truth and to kind of get them, in the fake and, useless reality that is today. Instagram, these things don't matter. If you look from even a Stoic point of view, the greater reality, spiritual reality is completely shadowed today. So that makes sense for a person who looks from this perspective also. Nevertheless, I wanted to mention about COVID. I say is that one thing you need to see that if you look at the world from a bit of a matrix, it's not hard to see that many events we see could be engineered. Perhaps the war that's going on could be engineered war. Perhaps, the COVID phenomena could be engineered or so forth. So you need to not negate that understanding. Now, some people are saying there could be another, COVID wave. But you need to see how people have made profits from this, this COVID phenomena, which was more on TV, and how people were locked down, like George Orwell's world, people were locked out, completely controlled, and the governments had gained so much power. Now, also kind of, force people to take certain medications. So you need to see also, on various aspects. A conscious person looks at various aspects of life, let it be COVID or anything. You have to be aware rather than just go in the flow of the world. Oh, TV says that COVID is coming, let's go lock ourselves in home. No, you also need to question everything. So, in America, the good thing is that people question, there's always people who are questioning things. Here, we even debate the vaccines, and people say that it came rather too quick in just a year. And so many countries, many people don't debate these things. I just say, as a person, this is a learning lesson. People who want to be conscious should question everything.
What is the strategy for detaching or overcoming pain? There's a stoic way of doing it, or there's an ascetic way, or
Well,
Use it.
I
I
don't
mean,
have,
use.
oh, go ahead, Wakar.
No, you can go ahead. I can listen to you.
No, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay. So, I mean, pain, you can use it. Use pain to train your mind. I mean, that's the stoic way.
to train?
Train our own mind. We
How
can
do you-
use pain
How do you do that?
to develop mental resilience. For example, if I go for a run or I do some resistance training, I don't do that to shape my body. The main objective is to have that mental resilience. That's the stoic way. Ascesis, that's the term that they use to use pain and hardship for your self-mastery and mental resilience. So that's the ongoing practice, to detach yourself, your morality, your good and bad, from pain and any kind of external influence that the world can exert on you. So for Stoics, pain is a good thing. They can use that.
So when you experience pain, do you explore it, or you ignore it?
Some pains cannot be ignored. Some pains, I'm not at that level that I can explore every kind of pain. Some pains I'll just start screaming. That's what I'll do. In some pains, I'll explore it. I'll explore the pain. For example, when I do a tedious task that I have to repeat, work-related things, then I use that for my mental resilience. So in physical training, when I exercise, I use that for my mental resilience. So the Stoic way is to use pain.
Is that mental resilience? Is that trying to get the mind to get used to the pain, and then by doing so, it goes away by you getting used to it? By seeing it over and over, and then you become more familiar with it, and then the mind ignores it, maybe, or just
sometimes the pain that, or the feelings of some negative feelings of pain or guilt or sadness that we are experiencing, I find myself that even don't harm us that much the main thing that harms us are our own minds that
Right.
interpret
Our own
that
thoughts.
event in that harmful way. The sense of guilt, the sense of anger, the sense of disappointment. So that's where the control thing comes in. You have to think it through rationally. You have to focus on the things that are in your, if you're doing good, then you should be indifferent for on the things that what other people do to you, or what they are saying about you, or what they've done to your body or your life. I think to be a good man is uh, a good purpose in life, and that's where happiness and stoicism comes from.
There was a question asked, what is permanent? And I was thinking about that. And could it be that reality is permanent? Even if it's changing, it's always there. It doesn't like suddenly stop. Well, maybe it seems to pause when we go to sleep and wake up, then starts again. Maybe when we die and going to another life or dimension, it continues or not.
So Dawn has raised her hand, so maybe she wanted
Yes,
to say something.
say something.
Hiro, when you were talking about pain, were you talking about physical pain, the body in pain as well?
M- Mostly, like when I feel an ache, should I explore it and then maybe it'll go away if I focus on it, or should I ignore it and then it goes away?
I was, when you were asking that, I was thinking in my mind of what happens for me, and what I understand is my goal. And what happens for me when I have pain is it hurts, first of all, and my mind starts saying it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It hurts. But what if there is an intelligence beyond the mind, our awareness, our consciousness, that doesn't feel that pain? All it knows is that thoughts are saying this, because who is aware of the thoughts saying that it hurts? So if you can, when that happens, so you feel the pain, you start hearing that it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, and you become aware that your thoughts are saying that, you become aware of it. Then what you do is you go there, you move your focus from the thought saying it hurts, and you move it to there's something that's aware of these thoughts. That's your consciousness. When you do that, it doesn't make the pain physically go away, but the effect of that focus, your intention, your force, your energy being redirected takes the edge off of the power of the pain, is what it is. The power to control your mind.
I'm gonna try that.
In fact, I will interject here and I will say that I've actually tried that because I was quite fearful of physical pain myself. You know, I was not fearful of mental pain at all. I could sustain mental pain a lot. The point is, you can shout at me as much as you want. I will be unfazed. The thing is, what I was scared of was because the society we live in does not, promote these important values. Like, we are like video game characters, and we have these traits like strength, courage, and all these things, and it's not promoted. So later on, I kind of conquered my mind too. So I also saw the examples of, say, for example, some saints who would, go through great pains, even when tormented, just because their spirit was so strong. They just had control of their minds, and they were like, I will, this is nothing, I can overcome it. This is also similar to the Stoic way, to resist, I can do that, and a very strong spirit to sustain. And I would subject myself to thorns, about those thorns. I would, kind of put my hands on them, and slowly, I developed great resilience to pain. And now, like, I'm not even scared of these knife. You can hit me with a knife, I'll be relatively unfazed. Humans are programmable beings, and we get better if we, use our mind, develop ourselves. You can call that development of the soul. You also need to develop your, traits. So you need to see that if you do not experience these things, like pain and, suffering we experience in real world, probably we will not get better with it, right? So perhaps that actually also answers this question: why is there pain and suffering in this world? Probably this world is just a lesson for us. I mean, from a biblical point of view, we do see that this world is but temporary, and a kind of ground for us to become better, so that we could stand, as a more evolved souls, a lesson for us. So, that is one aspect. But I will mention about Rami is that, you're in a good direction, politically speaking, about COVID. But one thing I will mention is that there's nice mind tricks played. People get kind of triggered when you mention something like conspiracy, these terms, conspiracy and all that. They say, oh, that this is all mumbo jumbo. But this is a nice trick. The term conspiracy was created by CIA. And it was created so that people are not able to look above the higher perspective. That is, there is more than these two-party systems. It could be more, like George Orwell implied, right? So people need to also see, I'm just giving advice to Rami about, I think he's on the right direction when it comes to COVID, but I'm just telling him that I know very much deeply about how things are. And, there is quite subtle programming, and the events that are happening in our world, I do believe are quite engineered. You can look at the attitude of West in the war, So you can look at heavy involvement of intelligent agencies like CIA. I'm just saying that a higher perspective, not an average Joe perspective. You should also investigate that what beliefs the average Joe holds, there is going to be a higher level to that, obviously. As the Matrix spoke about flow of the world. So there could be a higher, and the higher would be something you will not find someone on the street holding. So that's just my point.
What makes these events, these amazing happenings going on around us, what makes them seem engineered to you?
Well, that has to do with the investigating them in themselves. So if you look at COVID, we don't even know the origins yet, not even allowed to investigate. I mean, the first thing you naturally expect is that proper investigation would have been done in China, yet they didn't even allow. In fact, WHO seems to be siding with China. And if you research, you find that United States actually funded China's research in this. So now even your, FBI officers are saying that they do believe that, I think, what was his name, the head of FBI, that the virus may have originated from the lab, that it is indeed a bioengineered virus, which something we, were frowning upon, hey, this cannot be the case, and so forth, just because we are programmed to, right? So
I was going to say real quick that if we manifest these things into reality, because we talk about it like it's real. And I don't believe we need to put our energy into COVID. In my world, COVID doesn't even exist. And when I tell people that, they don't get it. They don't get, how can it not exist? It has to exist for you because it exists for everyone, but it doesn't. Because right away, I saw that it was a setup. Everything showed me that right in the start. And it never manifested in my reality. I don't have anybody around me that I know that's passed away from it. It's a flu, and everybody in my environment, that's how it is for me. I see people who participate in it and they believe it, and I see the mania that they created in their minds. And then I see the people who believe in it, but they also see that it's a setup, and I see the mania in their minds as they're resisting it. No resistance is needed, just awareness, and no conversation is needed to fight about it. I'm not saying we're fighting, I'm just saying what I see people doing is because it's not real. It's a part of this system and it fits. It manifested into reality because many people believed in it. That's it.
What do you think, Rami?
Well, I think the most powerful aspect of the whole thing is how it's worked as a phenomenon to turn off so many people's prefrontal cortexes. It's like walking into a room full of drunk people sometimes, and they don't realize that they're drunk. And you feel like you're the only sober one in the room, and yet there's nothing you can do to necessarily convince them otherwise, or that that's the situation at play. And of course, you're the odd man out if you're in that sort of experience. Why are you hurting your head?
One pretzels.
Okay, you can have pretzel sticks. You know, there's one other aspect about pain, and it's if you don't feel it. There's this modern idea that pain is bad and we should eliminate it, and there are all sorts. There are spiritual means, there are medical means. There's the idea of being comfortably numb. Well, that's the worst sort of situation, I think, is being comfortably numb, because think about the great disease, the scourge that you find in the New Testament, where some people have leprosy where they can't feel when they're getting hurt. And that's when the body parts are falling off eventually, because you keep getting injured and injured and injured. Well, we can be numb to our nation going and killing people overseas, or even killing ourselves domestically, and not ever do anything about it because we're just numb to it all.
Wow.
Well, one thing I would say, responding to Dawn, I do appreciate what she said about COVID and understanding that exactly. But you have to explain it to people in terms, right? So I go and I use this information so that I can tell people also about how things are. You need to see that some people go with this matrix mentality. So I'll give you an example. Everybody is now wearing masks in a sense during the COVID thing. But if you use your little mind, you will see that just wearing masks cannot stop these microorganisms, which are microscopic in size, and the holes in the mask are nothing comparatively. They cannot even stop dust particles. So it's like basic logic, and a conscious mind could even pick it up. But the herd mentality or the matrix mentality, people are just going by it, as Rami mentioned. So that's all I'm saying, Don, is that you have to explain to people in their terms that they understand. Even in the Bible, it was mentioned about do not throw pearls to the swine, meaning that something so precious is not you cannot just throw it in front of someone who does not understand it, anything about it. So you have to approach it with a subtle approach often. So that's the point. There are many enlightened people here, I understand. But if I'm talking, I need to be myself conscious of how I deal with it.
I know 5 people in my family that have friends and family that have died from COVID. My own mother was sick and she was hospitalized. So yeah, it is a reality for me. I don't think if you did not experience it, then I had experienced it.
Wow.
Our whole household had COVID March of 2000. Our zip code was the hotspot for Orange County, Florida. And we picked it up, first the kids and myself and my wife. My mother as well, and she went down the track of the shots and the booster. She doesn't live with us anymore for other reasons, but I probably had it the worst, having some of the worst diet in the household. So I would start to feel well and then eat something sugary based because I'd have a deep desire for sugar, and then that would wreck my immune system, and I was just caught in that cycle. And probably from March until about December, I had to spend so much time in bed, just in recovery to the whole thing. And even to this day, I'm still recovering my health from that situation.
Wow. Fascinating conversation. Dominic, what do you think so far?
Oh, I've caught it just a little bit, but I'm hearing a couple people and what Don had said and a couple other gentlemen what they had said. If I said to somebody, how do you explain to somebody else pain? They would give a lot of physical symptoms, but how would you explain the word pain to them? So now this is where COVID doesn't exist. The word doesn't exist. Now, when somebody passes away, well, there's been many things that happened before COVID. People die of a heart attack and all this other stuff. So we put a word to it. In the Stoics way of thinking of things, pain shouldn't be really talked publicly. It should be done privately. And when I say privately, I'm not talking about you talking with your friends privately. I'm talking about go within. Where do you see COVID? Where do you see pain? That's a personal experience from within. When I'm excited, it's within. I might act out it. Recently, I've suffered a little loss, but that's within, and that's telling me a lot about attachments. So we're trying to explain to other people. The swine are everybody outside. Your pearl comes from within. So when somebody says COVID doesn't exist, unless you ask them, are we talking just about the words? Don might turn around and say, maybe, Don. But the whole concept of pandemic, in Greek meaning all people, is to see the pulse of humanity. Are they still asleep, thinking that the outside world is actually in harmony with its inside world? Because you're not living outside. So then what did you invite into your kingdom? If a thing, say like a virus, because if people really grasp what a virus is, it's like what cancer cell really is because your body's breaking down. You've done something to allow something into your vessel, or you surrounded yourself around all kinds of stuff like radio frequency, electricity, and all that kind of stuff. That plays a role in putting your body in disease mode. Now, to literally see another human being around you that dies, and then they give you a label, you still don't know where they went. So it's a pondery. So that's Stoic, that the way they talk about it, courage and all this other stuff, you can show it publicly, but what is it privately? Not to take away from other people's personal experience, but who's giving you the words to have those experiences? If we didn't put the word COVID, a whole bunch of people started just dropping down, would we be like crows gathering around it to get some sort of intuitive sense? How do they pass away? Now, I get it. A lot of people are going to take vaccine shots because they're told. But why would you take it? Because some medical science breakthroughs have aided for certain types of people. But for other people, if you understand your blood type, your culture, and if you've been doing fasting, it might actually not assist you. If anything else, you could be the carrier now of something that's harmful. But again, I went on. Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's okay. And I wonder, what does Wakar think about this? Whatever's going on right now, was it engineered? And then I wonder who engineered it. Maybe
So
the whole matrix was engineered. Now we got to figure out who engineered it. Or perhaps we collectively engineered it all together. Every thought that we produce goes into the engineering of whatever's happening. What do you
So
think,
what-
Wakar?
So what I have read until now is that there are two facilities, one in USA and one is in China, Wuhan. So they engineer viruses to deal with the future threats. They engineer viruses from bats, COVID strings, COVID viruses. There are a lot of different types of COVID viruses. So they make them infectious to humans to deal with the scenario that may come in the future. So it was negligence on their part in Wuhan virology center, whatever it's called. It's a big fortress with a few meters thick walls and a very strict security system. So it was released from there. I think it's true because of some news that I have read from some journalists. So it has been going on for last, I think, 70 to 80 years that the guys in power, they think that the biggest threat to human beings may come from microorganisms. Some virus comes in and wipes out all of humanity. It can happen, it's a possibility. So they, instead of reacting to that scenario, they make these scenarios, they engineer these viruses, and then they try to come up with solutions for those viruses. How can we deal with them? So I don't think it was a big conspiracy. It's a failure on a research facility's part, that virus got leaked from that facility in Wuhan.
Mm.
I guess when I'm hearing that, there is a tinge of conspiracy. There's people that do conspire together. What sells these ideals of buying a car, watching sports, watching movies is the media. And most of us have been conditioned to watching the media. So it's the same media that tells us throughout the world, and if you follow it, there's a thing going around. Now, who's to say it's true? One has to still test it. This is where we have to learn wisdom, discernment. You have to discern, okay, the media is just one branch, no different than my father, no different the guy that wants to give it through another media such as radio. Now, if they're going to tell me it's coming from Wuhan, well, there's a lot of people that don't even know what's going on in their own country. And if they did, they would have to understand, okay, so what part are you just looking at? The human affairs? Are you looking at the animals' affairs? Are you looking at the trees' affairs? If we're transferring things around to each other, it's because we're neglecting, maybe ignoring the ideal that other things are being affected too. You know, but once again, who's selling this ideal? In old, even today, people want to get information through bookworks. Okay, somebody's recorded it. If we had today's technology, we probably wouldn't even have books. But that was just the way of, well, we'll call it evolution of humanity. But once again, we have to actually be our own guardian gatekeepers and say, okay, so I've just heard something, or I've just seen something, let alone I just taste something. You should be able to question your own senses. But yes, I'm not going to deny the fact that prior to COVID, biggest killer of the world, besides death, was heart attacks.
Was? What did you
Heart
say?
Heart attacks.
Heart attacks, yeah.
Heart
to
attack,
death.
cancer, and
And-
then medical error. I think Don is up next.
Okay.
Malaria.
Okay.
I think that's the biggest killer of humanity.
Wow.
Well, I want to say that many of us missed some very important clues, because COVID is not real. It's just a word. And it's my opinion that, and this, I'm going out on a limb, I'm letting everybody see me exposed and open, but I don't even believe there was a virus that was released. Not at all. I believe that all they did was plant seeds. That's it. That's all they did. They put out some information, and we are so powerful. We are such powerful beings. We create reality with our minds. So if we believe it, we manifest it into reality by our actions. And that's what angers me.
They
Because
lied.
they know, they lied to us. They gave us some information so
I
that
was-
that is how our world is created, is by spreading information. And so you create it, you make it happen by believing in it. And then here I'm going to connect this to pain. Because even though this treachery occurred, in my world, that's exactly what's happened. That's what I see. That's what I experienced. Nothing else happened.
So
And
it
many
was,
of us see it this way.
it was
but-
an engineered lie. Engineered
Well,
lie.
They prepared for this. I'm not going to go too deeply into this because all of that has been exposed, but they prepared for this because they did a simulation of it in the November of 2019, leading up to this whole thing being perpetrated. But let me relate this to pain and why this is very important that this happened, And are we going to be stuck in this happened to us, which is it hurts, it hurts, it hurts? Or are we going to see the power that we have and make that shift that we need to make? What this whole thing, this pandemic did was it exposed, it made us become aware of our collective consciousness. And even though what we see in many of our environments is bad to us, it's bad. This is happening, that's bad. That's not the only way to see it. There's a way to see it that what we are witnessing is what needs to be healed so we can be aware of it and fix it. If we're not aware of it, we can't do anything about it. And then let me also tell you that some magnificent things have happened that many of us can't even fathom because we are still attached to listening to them tell us what's happening in our reality. And what we have missed is that so many people realized that they can live with a lot less.
But what?
That's why they are scared, because people don't shop as much as they used to. They are not as connected to the matrix as much as they used to be. And additionally, they had to have something in place to explain why so many people all at one time completely disconnected. They're like gone. People aren't working anymore. Everything has changed overnight. There was a reset. They tried to take control of it by saying, oh, this is a reset. We are doing it. But in reality, there's a force, an energy permeating the planet, waking us up to reset to this reality so that we can correct what we manifested into this world by our choices.
But what happened to all those people that got it, and I got it, the COVID, and I didn't even think, I didn't even suspect that I had it. I went to the hospital to see if I could get a antibiotic to get rid of the symptoms I was having. And then when they saw me, they immediately said, oh, you got COVID. And so
That's
they
because it's the flu.
COVID ward. And I was there for 10 days and got the whole treatment and reservoir and shots and this and that. And I had pneumonia. I had to inhale this and that and get oxygen.
Yes,
So
I'm not
what did
saying
I
those
have
things.
then?
I'm not saying those things didn't happen, and I'm not saying that there isn't a virus that is affecting people. What I'm saying is it's the flu, and our minds manifested it into the degree that you experienced.
It's kind of, but it's kind of related to a common cold. It's just more.
Let me give you a clue to let you see that this is not real. Remember, they shut down everything and everybody had to be clean and restaurants had to be clean and everybody had to wear masks. There is one thing that they did not do. They did not shut down gas stations, and no one was there cleaning any of those gas station handles. Nobody. So let me say something to you. It's very important. Pay attention to that only, because that's not the only thing that they failed to cover up or have a placement for. There's certain things that they needed to keep operating and they did nothing. Nobody cleaned anything. Nobody paid attention to it. And nobody reported getting sick. I touched a gas handle and I got sick. No one.
I guess as Don's touching on this, they did reveal a lot of things. When they shut everything down, they were showing you whoever they are, what they own. Now, it is a reset. It was never about health. It's about commerce. Religion's behind commerce too, because you have to sell ideals. So when they say it's a reset, and they've been talking about this for a couple of decades now, and the people that are, we'll call middle class, if you don't know who they are, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, those characters are middle class, and their families are eugenics. They believe in population control. We've chosen in the last 10, 15, 20 years to expand our comfort. So we walk around with cell phones and all that kind of stuff. So therefore, it reduces the necessity of humans. Now, people might have a tough time with that, but most people are too busy being selfish. They're not even aware of how the ego really works, let alone if they even think it does work. So now when I hear, even when Dawn is sharing that, she's using awareness when she's sharing this. But I guess a lot of people, they're too busy defending and justifying their ego, which is fine. Once again, people are going to say and do what they're going to do. They live in their own little world, let alone they might have families, but they never actually live within them. They're living outside of them. We put so much value to, well, they're ours. Really? Are they? Well, then you're going to learn the wonderful world of Stoicism, attachments. See, the ones that some of the people that used to talk about Stoicism, they're usually what we would call today a psychopath or sociopath or narcissist. So they really haven't really truly developed their emotions, or in this case, feelings, because everything is actually energy and motion. Your senses are emotions. Your thinking is emotions. Your reasons, emotions. We just get caught up thinking it's because we move our hands. That's another version of emotion, energy and motion. Now, I'm just using words to describe it, and people can be motivated by words. So now when somebody like Dawn is sharing, for a lot of people, they're too busy defending or attacking. They can't just hear her and then listen from within, hence the word meditation. You got to listen from within. Throwing books at it, throwing media at it is just an excuse. If you go inwards and say, okay, where is death? Well, you see your mom no longer here, but where is it? I don't know. Oh, so you humbled yourself. So you don't really know what death is. Well, then the next question, what is life? Is life because I look at something, I give it a name? That's not life. So once again, the people that are probably behind us probably pay a lot of people to understand psychology and sociology and all that kind of stuff. But when people start defending it, I said, you're too much into your intellect. And that's what a Stoic usually is, an intellect. Dare not bring some feelings and say, okay, your family, one member just died. Let's find out whether or not you truly are human or you're so separated. It's easy not to worry about other people's affairs. When people start hearing about COVID, it just revealed the pulse of humanity. Humanity overall is a selfish fucking species. And if anybody here thinks that they can defend it, I say, okay, so what part are you going to defend? Animal cruelty, women neglect, children neglect, how men treat each other, wars. What part would any human being ever fucking defend? Sorry about my language, but hey, it's an emphasis point.
Mm.
Now, I know people can go on and on and on about, okay, this or that, this and that. Well, then explain why we spend so much resources and energy to create war apparatus. Now, if you talk to the people that are in it, they benefit from it, but they're totally fucking ignorant of how the parts really work, let alone the pharmaceutical. You go to a doctor or nurse and they put a swab in your fucking nose and then they rewrap it and put it to some medical clinic that you don't got a clue what they're doing with it. They're probably throwing it in the garbage. Just tell them it's positive. Same with cancer. Fuck, are we a stupid species? And I hate to say that, but that's the truth of the matter is, because I do observation, even with myself. I'm thinking, Dom, you're an idiot. But I'm okay with saying that because at least I can get into myself. Anyway, I went on. Sorry, go ahead, my friend.
Go ahead, Wakar.
So, in a movie, Forrest Gump, there is a scene that he steps on dog shit. And the person asks him, what happened? You stepped on dog shit. And he says, this happens, shit happens. So everything is not, you overestimate the power that the elite have to control our lives. For example, if a genocide happens in Africa, then is it in the news channels only? No, there are people on land that were massacred by thousands, maybe hundreds, children, women, men, all kinds of people. So events happens, shit happens. That's the reality. If you think that there is a mystery behind the COVID virus, then it's your obligation to be informed about it, not just leave it in that mystery state. So if you think that there is no laboratory or facility in Wuhan or in America, then you have to back it up with facts. You have to simply search on Google or something. Or if you're in America, you have to visit that place. Is there a physical facility there that engineers viruses that are infectious to humans, and then try to come up with the solutions, the cures for viruses for future reference? So everything, I don't think everything is a conspiracy. There are some things that really happen, and if I think something that I don't know, I don't insert my wishes in those areas. I see myself as a truth seeker. I like to think myself as an honest seeker of truth. So if I don't know something, I say to myself that I don't know something. If I don't inject my wishes into, for example, if I wish to be, I wish there would be a deity or a god, and I don't know something, I don't know how the mountains are formed. So I don't automatically assume that there is god or deity that is forming the mountains or making the rain or lightning. There is a Zeus behind the clouds. I say to myself that I don't know. So if you don't know about the COVID virus, then it is your obligation to do some research about it, know some facts about it, instead of leaving it in that mystery that there is a mystery behind everything. There are some mysterious things. For example, the thing you've said about the elite trying to control the population, that is a reality. I can see that, but everything is not a conspiracy. I don't think the whole coronavirus did not exist, because I've experienced it personally, and I've seen the aftermath, the effect it has made on families close to myself and my own family, my own mother. So I don't agree with the statement that coronavirus does not exist. That's my point of view.
In that sense, you're talking about its result. It's like the birth control pills. Birth control, it does control things. Is there people that actually created this device? Yes, that's what I'm talking about, conspiracy. You, Ager, are talking about after. Like, I'm actually seeing it with my senses. You're seeing its effects and some of its side effects. The cause we don't see. You don't see where words come from. You use them, but you don't know where they come from. Is there human beings, let alone other kinds of species, that are creating all this stuff? You see a car, but you might actually go to a factory and say, okay, I see a car now that's built. Okay, but how did it come to be? Who invented steel, plastic, and all that kind of stuff? There is people that work together, hence the word conspiracy, conspire. That's a better word. When you start putting the word theory on it, well, you can theorize, are we going to eventually have wireless electrical devices? Well, the fact that we have wireless devices now, yes, but are we going to see it in the masses? Not yet. But does it exist? Yes, it does. Now, somebody can say, well, if it exists, well, if we're going to talk about words and say they don't exist, but they do exist. It's a duality going on here. I don't see the words. Just because I write it down and now I say it out loud and somebody else has a thought of it, doesn't mean it exists, but we are experiencing those things. This is why when people say things like, well, I'm not the body. Yeah, you're experiencing it. I'm not the words. Yeah, you're experiencing them. You're experiencing thoughts. Thoughts and spoken things are two different things. Written work is something that came way after the oral speech, let alone the sound. But we're in it now. Hence the metaphor for shit. I would always break it down. Okay, what type of shit is it? Is it fertilizing shit? Is it toxic shit? Is it the kind of shit that other insects have to redevelop themselves in there? That's the capacity of the mind, not the brain, but the mind. The Stoic more times than not, is going to use a limitation of it.
Mm.
But they're not ever expand and say, well, geez, I do have feelings. Yes, you have reason too, but you're allowed to question those things, not others. None of this like the biblical story when everybody, supposedly our ancestors, they were too busy pointing fingers. Go inwards. Why did you, Adam, do what you did? Eve, why did you do what you did? That's a question. Now, you can use a lot of the demigods. Hindus do it. The Buddhism, they talk about it by saying, well, we don't believe in this, but you surely believe in all these attachment stuff. Anyway, I went on again.
One trick that's deployed is the idea of teaching the conspiracy. In other words, you never actually get to what the issue is. You just say, well, this side says that, and that side says this. And by the way, you can disregard those people over there because they are, well, insert bad word. And that's where the whole conversation is limited.
Mm.
I just, well, one of the unique things that was tracked about the phenomenon is the different incidents of to what degree it would affect people, because for the vast majority of people it didn't affect them in a serious way. However, it did tend to affect elderly, obese, people with several comorbidities. If you're thinking from a strategic point of view, in terms of social engineering, it'd be essentially those you wouldn't be able to get very much work from, those who might be considered a drain on social services. Foul words, forgot you have your child there. Oh, all right. Thank you, Dominic. I was reading from the chat, by the way.
Oh, it's that time again to pull out of this bucket of wisdom a slip of paper stating a quote for us to meditate upon. It mostly comes from the Far East. Let's see. Here it goes. And the winner is, let's see. Oh, let's see. What's this say? Holy, this is a long one. There was once a lady who was arrogant and proud, determined to attain enlightenment. She asked all the authorities how to go about it. She was told, well, if you climb to the top of this very high mountain, you'll find a cave there. Sitting inside that cave is a wise old woman. She will tell you. Oh, okay. Having endured great hardships, the lady finally found this cave. Sure enough, sitting there was a gentle, spiritual-looking old woman in white clothing who smiled beatifically. Overcome with awe and respect, the lady prostrated at the feet of this woman and said, I want to attain enlightenment. Show me how. This wise woman looked at her and asked sweetly, are you sure you want to attain enlightenment? And the woman said, of course I'm sure. Whereupon the smiling woman turned into a demon, stood up brandishing a great big stick, and started chasing her, saying, now, now, now. For the rest of her life, that lady could never get away from the demon who was always saying, now. Now, that's the key. Mindfulness trains us to be awake and alive, fully curious about now.
My wife understands that inherently because she made a similar prayer to God, asking for insight. And since that time, she's always been explicitly, highly spiritually sensitive to others. You want to make any commentary on that, Stacy?
I'm not awake enough to do a demon spawn today.
All right. I'm gonna step out. It was a great time sharing with all of you. Thank you to each and every one of you. Welcome, Warda. We hope you come back. Same, Wakar, and
Yes.
have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
It has been a wonderful experience. Thank you.
But don't go away yet. It's not over yet.
Okay.
What is there? What do you think about that story?
What'd you get out of it, Jaro, first? You read it. What did you sense from it?
It was fascinating that in the path to attain enlightenment, you have to first want it very much, and then the process involves somehow reminding oneself to be now, in the present at all times. Even scare oneself to be in the present by having a demon reminding me to be here now. Because I'm not always here. Well, I'm thinking of something else while doing something else, like trying to multitask. And when I eat, I'm not paying attention to what I'm eating. I just want to get rid of the hunger. And I'm getting fatter. And I'm eating late at night. I ate at 3 a.m. last night. So
Mindfulness.
to be
You have to be mindful. Yeah.
full of mindful,
So, yeah.
remembering what I'm doing. Oh, and I even forget what time it is. What time
So
is it?
Dominic asked me something, I couldn't understand it. Dominic, is the meaning moment aware? Is the now meaning moment awareness? I couldn't understand the statement.
Well, the word was being used now. I get it. A lot of us can imply, or I can imply moment, but is it moment of awareness? Opposed to this moment, a moment, like we can be in a moment. I think we always are in that moment, but are we aware of it?
Yeah,
I was just changing the word. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I've read about in Stoicism, I'm not a believer of anything. So if I don't like something in Stoicism, I reject it. So I only take things that I like, that I find reasonable in my mind. So if I find something about about some kind of belief or dogma in any kind of philosophy, so I just reject it. So Stoicism, I've read that the present moment is all we have. That is all we have. Past is irrelevant. It has passed, and future we don't know about it. So you also mentioned about emotions. So Stoicism, what I have experienced, because I've been practicing it for, 2 years maybe. Stoicism doesn't teaches us to have no emotions. It teaches us to put them in their right place. Think about this world rationally. For example, there is this saying that assent to an impression is determinant of that impression and never determined. It means that the world makes an impression on your mind. It influences on your mind.
Mm.
So there is a image that is formed in your mind. That is the impression. And you say yes to that impression, then act upon it or react to that impression.
Mhm.
So in saying yes to that impression, you have to first determine the truth behind that impression. Is it a true impression or is it a false impression?
Mm.
If you are jealous of somebody and you're acting upon that jealousy feeling, or you're angry at someone and you act upon that impression that you have formed in your mind based on your own anger, own irrational feelings. So that is a false impression. So you withhold your assent. You don't say yes to that impression and you don't react or act upon it. So you withhold your assent from false impressions and you only allow your assent to true impressions. So that's it may seem cold to some people, but that is a worldview. It is also a type of coping mechanism in some way. For example, Epictetus says that good and bad can only exist in yourself. It doesn't exist outside of your own experience. So that is a kind of a coping mechanism to deal with the reality of our world. It can be something very horrible, or it can be something like success can also corrupt you. If you have abundance, then that brings corruption also in your morality. With power comes great corruption, not responsibility sometimes. So to think about things practically, and only thing that matters to a Stoic is his reaction to those impressions.
Valid
And
point.
those,
I was going to say reaction. What's the responsibility? The person that's in the moment and they're aware of it, that's the first step. Then you know that there's the observed and observer. So you said something that's a valid point. That's how you're leading your life based on your likes and dislikes. You can't philosophize if you're doing your likes and dislikes. So now a person can say, okay, you're eating your food. Is it based on your health or your likes or dislikes? More times than not, most people, if they're honest with the self, they realize it's their likes. So now the Stoic, whoever they may be, because you had said a valid statement, they don't worry about the past, let alone the future. So we don't go around regurgitating former human beings. Maybe their teachings are of value, but I don't give a damn about Socrates. If he did or didn't exist, now if you want to play the game that he did, now you're talking about a belief system. So now the person that's in that observation would say, okay, what's the observer saying to me? Well, it's saying that you're caught up in your likes and dislikes. What do you mean? You have a door and you're resisting certain things that you don't believe. The Stoic, if there's really the student, will say, I'm just going to observe those things. I'm not here to use judgment on those things. I might be able to do discernment, but judgment just tells you that you're using the ego platform. My likes and my dislikes, my agreements or disagreements. If I tell anybody, let alone at this platform, can you see it through my senses? Well, if you're honest, you say, Dominic, no. So then what would we be arguing with? We would be using words such as point of view, eye of the beholder, Plato's cave. That's all you've ever experienced. Unless you could say you're one of the few human beings that can astral travel. The rest of us have been living in that vessel the whole time. Your mom's not there. Your father's not there. Your wife's not there. It's you. Now, to duplicate what the concept of Stoicism is, you have to experience it. Now, if a person's honest with himself and find out you're a psychopath or a sociopath, there's nothing wrong with that. It just reveals that they're underdeveloped feelings. That's all it means. Now, the people that hang out with those people and hoping for them to change, that's the error on their part. Because if I met a kind person, I happen to be a mean person in that moment, why would I want to change them? And why would they want to change me? That's the ego playing intellectual games with itself, or they have a boo-boo. Now, what I'm saying it out loud. I'm always the student. Other people can hear me, hopefully that they're listening to themselves. But if a person already picks a side and say, from now on, whatever in my life that I'm presented to is my likes, well, okay, that works for you. But you're going to struggle when it comes to other things that you've already categorized as dislikes. That's like when people say, Dominic, I don't believe in anger. Oh, okay, so then we're going to throw out the whole ideal of the 5 grieving stages. What do you mean? It'll look like an alien to you. You should be able to experience anything, but try not to be attached to it. It's a struggle because that is the main thing that we suffer, not resistance to pain. It's the attachments to things, to the body, to how I feel. But you should be able to question those things, because when you do, if you choose, not everybody's designed to question things. They'll question others, but they won't question themselves. They'll question ideals, but they won't question themselves. They'll
I'd
question. Go
like
ahead.
to question myself. I'd like to question, where do my feelings come from? Where do my thoughts come from? Are thoughts and feelings kind of the same, or does one happen first and then the other? Or could a thought cause a feeling, or do feelings cause the thought? And when does the emotion come about?
Gerald, they're all encompassing. Thoughts and feelings are usually coming from the same. We see it from the source of what's called the brain. So that's why when some people are very intellectual, they have a tough time having room, because feelings are also in the brain too. Now, you can bring it down to all your other receivers. Some women, because, well, a lot of women, because they're childbearing, and if you activate that, they'll be very intuitively. So they're not going to get information more times than not as a scholar would, or from a person that teaches orally. Now, we can share those things with other people. So now feelings, reason, thinking are usually coming from the same source. This is why we have a crown chakra. That's where the brain is. And then above it, it's called the mind. Now, people have a tough time with that because, again, I'm just using words. If a person is going inwards, they'll say, okay, that might resonate with me. Maybe I need to do some more seeking on that. But if you're already cramming, and this is why we use the word right and wrong, right to the one hemisphere and wrong to the other hemisphere. You might as well just say right and left. Those are just directions. Is there anything that's right or wrong? There might be something you say that's more favorable, but I get it. People use the word right or wrong. Is it favorable for me to go down that street when my intuitive say, no, Dom, not today? Another day, yes. But we forget all those things. But then we don't completely forget it, because then we have to address the ideal of music. Why does that actually influence me? So I know it's a tough one, because we've been so programmed so domestically that we can't grasp the word emotion, energy in motion. What is energy? If we're only thinking it's the material, then we have to ask ourselves, then what is it when I describe it with words? That's a different game now. That's also energy. Now, people can say they're electrons. They can talk about the chakras, where they talk about colors, they talk about notes. But even that, the chakras are not just inside. There's layers around us. But not all of us are able, I can't even say myself, because I'm more intellectual up in the head, but I'm receiving information still nevertheless, hence Kabbalah, where some people can literally see auras. Am I going to denounce them? No, I'm going to ask questions, because I've learned to question everything. So even if I hear other people, I'm going to ask questions. But a lot of times that question is for me within to inquire and then say, oh, you're not ready for that, Dom. So then what are you defending now? Anyway.
I have to go. I've spent more than 2 hours and I couldn't feel a single minute of being bored. It has really been a wonderful experience having a conversation with the friends in this group. And hopefully you'll invite me again. Thanks.
It was great meeting you, Waqar. Excellent conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Waqar. Please come
Yes.
back.
Yes.
Yes, I will. Yes. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. There's 3 left. 3? Maybe 4. There's Joel.
He's eating breakfast. This episode of Wake Up and Think Clearly has been sponsored by Joel from Toronto and Vinci, so that when his game makes him a billionaire, when it becomes wildly popular, he will send me a few pennies my way.
Jaro, there's people that try to have conversation. I even try to have it with my wife, where I will pursue a conversation intellectually, orally, and then there's other times I will try to pursue it, by explaining what I've read. But for her, more times than not, I know she's a very strong, intuitive person. It's one of those things where she's, Dominic, does it make sense to you? Because there's a lot of people out in the world, and a lot of them are females because they're activating their feminine side, where there's no word to describe it. It's your own journey. I get it. This is a very intellectual platform. That's what Zoom offers us. And then as long as we keep using it, which is great, it's just going to reinforce that. But if people aren't practicing, or at least being aware, because I think all our needs are already provided to us in this realm. It's us having to seek out our wants. So we can learn wants, in this case, lacks. What do we lack as a certain craft? Some men will find out that they're never going to really activate their feminine side to equal their masculine side. Other men will just allow their masculine side to go so array that they can't even communicate with another species, where a woman now has to be forced to only use their feminine side to entertain them. Dare not meet a human being, whether a woman or a male, that are both feminine and masculine. And when I say feminine and masculine, I'm just talking about energies. It's like the yin and yang, positive and negative. They have to coexist. Sometimes one leads more than the other. Because we're just reinforcing what these people, philosophers and Stoics, used to talk. They're probably a bunch of privileged men living comfortably, and now they're pondering things from a very limited view. And then people later on, it's like the story of Jesus. Oh, it's a story named Jesus. What was the teachings? I want to have discernment. I'm going to apply discernment on it. Well, that makes no sense. What do you mean? You're trying to tell me once one part of the world, in this case humans living in one part, it sounded it was all beautiful, and meanwhile another part is suffering immensely? This is what people talk even today when they talk about countries. Well, America, and what about the rest of the world? Well, we don't care about them. You should, because you've been fucking looting from them for a long time. And I'm not talking about the people in America. I'm talking about all their privileges that they have. 300 million people shouldn't be the main supplement of the world when there's two other populations over 1 billion. If anything else, America should be like how we in Canada are towards America. America should be a small little oof in the system, but that's where the empire is. But then we get distracted. I wonder what Donald Trump is doing today. I wonder what Joe Biden's doing today.
Wow. I've been distracted.
Maybe we all have, Jaro. That's just an honesty with oneself. The fact that you say it out loud, that could be your first step in your journey. But again, to be honest with the self says, but will I continue being distracted? Yes. So in those moments, you're going to see patterns. People want to duplicate patterns, regardless if they're positive or negative or healthy or unhealthy. It's just when we turn around and say, I'm only going to show my good side. Okay, fine. So are you going to show the other side? Because we've already labeled, in this case, I've just labeled the word by saying good side. How do we even know it's a good side? We should be able to test it. People don't want to be tested anymore. Well, I can't say that's too overgeneralizing. A lot of us don't want to be tested. And when we do, death does it for us. Or in this case, for me, I lost something this week. It was very dear to me. But then I'm also hard on myself because I know I played a role. In this case, it was one of my cats. I played a role because I weighed out when she was not feeling well years ago with her teeth, that I thought, oh, maybe I can cure it naturally instead of spending a couple of $1,000 because I got attached to money. And I'm beating myself over that. But I realized I was there for her as best as I could be. Not to say that surgery would have done anything, because I've done enough research to realize it could probably relieve the pain, but she probably just had a stroke from it eventually. But it still hurts.
Oh,
I don't expect sympathy from other people, but when they do, hopefully they can go from within and say, okay, don't we all have loss? Aren't we all lost? Forget about loss. Are we all lost to a certain point? Now I can come across and I would be playing the role of this really nice, sensitive, quiet, I wouldn't be even talking then, you know, but at the same time, I can't ignore the fact that what I perceive, and a lot of it's from observation, both from within and without. When I look at nature, I go into silence. It's kind of like, well, I don't completely go in silence because I get into an awe moment. But when I see us as humans, we're not all cruel. We're just too busy being like little bees, driving down the road, getting to our job, going into a mall, going into an office. I just made a choice for whatever reason to be aware of that 20 years ago. And I thought, fuck, this is going to hurt me financially. What do you mean? Because I'm going to struggle hanging around a bunch of men that I really can't have an in-depth conversation or meaningful conversation. Well, Dom, I'm here just to work. Well, that you just validated that for me. I'm just trying to support my family. You just validated that for me. Because if you're truly there just only for your for your family, well, then you'd be a provider. You'd be out there hunting and cutting down trees. And then the woman in your life would be there supporting the family. You'd be building a house, you'd be making it a house. We don't do that. We're also disheveled and in our comforts. Well, I want to spend a couple of years traveling. Okay, did you make the plane? Well, not really. Did you make the ticket? Well, not really. Did you make the money? Well, not really. So then what the fuck did you do in one lifespan? I'm just voicing it out loud where, how would that look like in a written form? How would that look like when somebody goes inwards and picks up that energy? Now, I could be full of crap. I know I overgeneralize because I know there's a lot of beautiful things that humans have created. Music, when we reproduce again, I think most babies look like aliens, but then that's my view. But they're still creatures. But yet they can have within a short period of time of 5 or 6 months, getting the majority of the fucking people in the human race to put on a mask. And we think we can't collectively do something. They got pretty close because they had to tap into their egos. Oh, poor me, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. So I better put on a mask. Oh, well, why would you cover your mouth and your nose at the same time? Well, because they told me. Really? Oh my God, I just got tested. I got COVID. I'm talking like a little child now. Like, wow, look at those buffoons. Yeah, but one person really died. Well, that person died from a car accident. That person died of a heart attack. Ooh, are you telling me something new? Yeah, but you don't understand, Dom. That's not my role to understand you. The word gives it away. You got to understand yourself. Yeah, but so many doctors. Really, so many doctors. Are they chemists? Well, not really. So how do you know they're telling you something that's even worthy enough to really combat the concept of, in this case, COVID, or people that, oh, I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm a vaxxer. Well, last time I remember, this is about commerce. If I have a rule and I choose to follow the rule in my store that I need everybody to wear their shirt and be vaccinated, then respect my rules. And the other person that says I'm an anti-vaxxer, well, then don't come to my store. That's called lack of respect for another human being. And that moron in that particular moment is a moron. He could be the most intellectual professor, but he's still a moron. That's the best thing to do when it comes to court. Try to avoid going to Commerce Court. Best thing you could do about the hospital, try to avoid going there. But if you do have to go to those places, be informed. We live in an age of information where you can go on a computer, you can go on your phone, you can go read a book, and you can find out, I should at least educate myself, understand how the system works, understand what I need. So this way, when you go in there, you're not going to be doing all this defense and attack. Well, I don't agree with it. Who fucking cares if you agree or disagree? That's the rules. So trying to explain to a police officer, you just got a speeding ticket. Well, I didn't know. Fucking naive doesn't count. So anybody that defends vaccines, the same people that don't defend, that attack it. Some people, most of us, I don't know, almost unless you, even if you're having midwife delivery, are forced to actually have a whole bunch of vaccine shots. Then we look surprised. I wonder why a lot of people are getting diabetes. I wonder why a lot of people are getting heart attacks sooner than later. I wonder if that plays a role, because most of us don't have a chance to have our natural immune system built. But the reason why we don't have a chance to have our natural immune system built, because we're no longer living in nature as much. We're living in these massive cities where all this electronic shit's moving around, all the noise going around. It's disturbing our vessels, let alone the mind. Now, the stoic, most times than not, the psychopath and the social fucking path will say, well, you have no fucking feelings. Now get out of the fucking conversation.
Oh.
You want to intellectualize the conversation? That's great. But there's other people that aren't just going to intellectualize. Well, Dominic, you're into your emotions. Yes, but which one am I using? I'm using most of them. My feelings, my reason, my thinking. People think multitasking is just doing two things. No, you could do many things. Are they overlapping each other? Probably. You know, a person that wants to defend it, question it. A person that's attacking it, question it. Then we use labels. You know, even Don was talking about the word COVID doesn't exist. Exactly. So therefore, the people that think, well, it does exist, well, then the word vax exists. Anti-vax exists. You're one of those people. Oh, we're playing that game. You're one of those people. Who are those people?
Yeah, I find it interesting when you try to communicate to someone and you can only do it in words, and you try to explain to them that this virus isn't real. It's not, there is nothing that is a COVID virus. And they don't understand what you're saying, and what you're saying only translates to them that you're saying their experience didn't happen. Because if this didn't exist, why did this happen? But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you didn't experience something that you're calling COVID. What I'm saying is that this whole scenario doesn't exist. It's made up. It's a script. They're playing out a role. And it only is real because we believe it and we make it real. And that just because you don't believe it doesn't mean you're not going to have the effects of it, because it exists in your reality and you experience, that's what you experience, is because that's what you believe, that word exists. I can't explain how I came to see it different, but I did see it. And consequently, I had the flu. I didn't have COVID. I had the flu. I have experienced these symptoms that act this way before in my life. And many of us have experienced it. It's not called COVID to us. It's called the flu.
But even that, Don, too, like a lot of us don't even try to understand, you know, what is a flu? You know what I mean? Like I could be standing somewhere and all of a sudden I get thrown 30 feet. I'm like, okay, Don, that's the wind. Well, it doesn't exist. Yes, but my experience shows, no, it doesn't show you that you see what wind is. I'm using a word. But meanwhile, I can't denounce my personal physical experience that I got thrown 20 feet. This is why people use the word fact. The word acts in it, fact. Yesterday's news. And today could be, I know about it, but what's the discernment of it? What's wisdom and understanding of that? Well, I'm under it. So you're experiencing things, thoughts, emotions, all the variations of it. But it's hard for people because they're too busy putting a beam over their eyes by saying, well, Don, I still don't get what you're saying. Bingo, you don't. But why are you defending it then if you don't get it? They don't even know how to humble themselves. Not to me. I never want anybody to humble me. I don't want anybody to want my attention. The best I could hope for, they hear me, but they're listening to themselves from within. And then they can say, oh, I never really thought of that way. Yes, you never thought of that way. It's like I can't speak it in a foreign language I've never used before, but I could hear another person and say, but I do understand them a little bit. Because if I'm in their presence, I'm using other languages that I've chosen to be aware of, body language. So this is where people say, well, okay, yeah, but Dominic, I've actually literally experienced my mother die of COVID. I said, no, you didn't. You experienced from an outside. It's like looking in a computer and seeing a tornado. That's what you're seeing. Now, you being in it, I'm like, okay, but are you actually in your mom's no longer there? The word that you're using. Well, not really. So then how would you know you experienced it? Well, Don, I had a near-death experience. Really? So what did you see? The light? Well, yeah. So do you know what energy really is? Do you know what thoughts are? Well, no. So how would you know? See, I even heard Jaro say this earlier about what came to me was we are in the enlightenment. We just have to be aware of it. That's all. It's like an invisible page, but all the information's there already. You just have to be aware of it. And if it's meant for each individual being, when they're ready, something or someone will present it to you and it will open up a door. Now, thing is, some shit, it happened to me, it disenchanted me. And for a big part of my life, and I struggle with it, I'm trying to get back into the enchantment stage. It's a challenge for me, hence frustration. And then other people say, well, Dom, I don't understand you. I said, well, first of all, you're not here to understand me. And I'm fucking showing you a fraction of a fraction. And I used to tell this arrogantly to my buddies. I said, you see the tip of my fucking fingertip? That is what I'm sharing. Now, they could turn around and say, well, Dom, I think you're full of shit. I said, okay, there's your defense and attack. But let's say what I'm saying is valid. How would you know? What would you understand? Can you see the words that we just explained onto the material that you said? Well, next thing you know, they're like, then we beat around the bush by saying words like subjective, objective. It's the same ideal. What's subjective? The words. What's objective? The material that's constant. So we can use many words to describe that. But there will be a time where each individual person, whether in this lifespan or many lifespan, if people value that kind of stuff, because I don't like using the word belief, but it's the same ideal. They might become aware of that. Well, then what the heck has I been doing all this time following a monk or a priest or a state or commerce? You know, I love when people say, well, Dominic, I'm going to live off the grid. I said, so what are you trying to imply? That you're going to be self-efficient as you're driving somebody else's truck to your beaded place where it doesn't have electricity, but yet meanwhile you have a water line going to it and you have solar panels? That's like telling a kid that says, I'm a vegetarian, but I only eat Mondays. I only eat meat on Monday. Okay. If you're breaking it down, you could say I'm a vegetarian Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And on Fridays, you choose to be a fruitarian. Saturday, a urine therapy. And on Monday, you eat meat. Okay, if you break it down, I can hear that. But if somebody makes that quick assumption, say, I'm a vegetarian, and then all of a sudden I started seeing them eating fish, I said, so then you don't understand what a piscitarian is. Or I start seeing them eating meat, but they say, well, I'm only eating meat when I'm not in the presence of private people. I mean, in public. Oh, okay. Who am I to judge them? I'm maybe judging if I need to judge or have discernment of what I'm hearing, not them. For them, they could be playing a game with themselves. And even if that is a game, then I have to understand the rules. Okay, so what are your rules? Well, Tom, whatever I say is what I say. What I do is a totally different thing. Oh, I said, you're learning the wonderful world of hypocrisy. What do you mean? Because if I'm talking to a crook and he says he's a crook, but he actually also does it, he's not a hypocrite. True. True, Don.
Yeah, so this was a very interesting Saturday. We had 3 people that I have never seen before. Are they new members of the group, of the meetup group?
Yes, I've never seen them before. It was their first time.
And it just so happened that Warda and Wakar are from the same place.
Mm-hmm.
That's so interesting.
Well, like I said, I've had a loss and I've put out there energetically to understand about feelings. So I'm not saying I have that strong of an energy, but
It could be. I do believe in magnetism.
Mhm.
And that topic came up. Did you find that it was helpful for you?
A lot of times for me, Dawn, I go into intellectual conversations to avoid my feelings. So, but I do note it. I don't avoid my feelings. I just put it in the behind. And when I do lead emotionally, or in this case, feelings wise, you do hear me. You hear some of my foul words, so. But at the same time, that same day, my wife also had to do an ultrasound, and she had for 8 years thinking that she had prolapse, and then she found out it's just a big cyst. And talking with my mom and her, and sometimes something dies in exchange for something to come alive. So I felt there was a spiritual intervention, because everything she did research on, everything she did for her health was a prolapse. But then when they went to do the op, the guy said, no, you have a big cyst in there. So I think spiritually, what passed away from me was my cat Buffy of 16 years.
Oh.
We had a stroke, but that part of because of her, she had lost all her teeth except for one. So I'm assuming she had a heart attack. And I saw her early in the morning laying at the end of the stair. It hurt me.
Oh my gosh.
But even that, once I got a grasp of my feelings, I had to try to be compassionate to her, what she must have been going through the last 6 or 7 months. I'll be the first one to admit I've had other cats, and I know my wife tells me intuitively we have to put somebody to sleep. I don't want to, and I know me when I make a very selfish statement, and I know when I'm being selfish, and I was being selfish even with my other cat. So I'm hard on myself, but at the same time, I'm trying to be honest because I'm trying to learn what honesty is. So, but in the same day, those things happened. So, and my wife hadn't had a chance to process her loss with Buffy. At the same time, when she found out all of that, she just started to cry, Dawn, because she was already prepared to give up so many things like bike riding, hiking, farming, and now this puts a different light to it now. So, and you being a woman, there's a good chance you understand about prolapse and all that stuff.
Many blessings, Dawn. No, I don't know about prolapse.
So it's a very vicious things that happen to women, and all the money that they spend on cancer, they rarely spend anything on prolapse. Prolapse, Dawn, I can only talk it from a male's point of view. It seems it's very cruel. Women already have more pain than men do. It's just one of those things, even when you do the surgery, everything drops. And then they put some sort of stitching there, and you have to replace it every year. I'm not doing justice to it. I would just be giving the clinical.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. So but the fact that it's a cyst, and the gentleman had said, my wife got that he probably was speaking intuitively because they did the x-ray. He goes, I don't get a sense. He gets a sense it's benign. So it might not be cancer. So that's a good thing. Because she's had a doctor for years. She found out just recently her doctor has been a coke addict for the last 10 years.
Oh my goodness.
So she gave the wrong people to go to. So Judy had to take this in her own hand last couple of years. So anyway, I'm happy for her, and I hope it is benign, and hopefully it'll just be either surgery, or if it is something like antibiotic. I know my wife Judith, she will also combat it with more natural healing stuff.
Yes.
So, but at the same time, I can't deny the fact that I lost Buffy. To me, was a friend.
Yeah. So sorry, Dawn.
Well, thank you. I was telling my wife, I can't even imagine a woman going to the baby's crib and seeing their child die.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to make it just about tears. I know I come across sometimes as an idiot, but sometimes I choose to play the fool of a gesture, because, I wouldn't be so observing of humanity if I didn't really give a flying fuck. I do care. Yeah, go ahead, Dawn.
I was just going to say, even these emotions, these ones that make you feel like you want to tear up, are valid, and you don't need to throw them away or hide them, because we need to share that energy with you as well. It's healing for us as well.
Well, Dawn, when I was 90s, had a divorce, was in a divorce. Was way too young to get married, but I played a major part in all of that. Getting married and getting a divorce. I did what maybe a lot of people don't do. I didn't stick my head into working. I escaped. I traveled. I was running. But in that, I got to really, for the 2 or 3 years I did it, I really got to, it's like tying me down. Okay, Dom, you've done all this trying to distract yourself. And then I really started doing inner work. And I realized, I remember when people hear stories about going to the library and certain books would falling off the bookshelves. I had lots of them falling off the bookshelves. And I'm like, why am I getting this Why am I getting this information? You know, read books talking about defense and attack, how the ego works, what self-awareness is. And I'm like, wow, you know, so that stuff I don't really need to, even though I'm talking about it, because I realize it's not always about me. I know it's me, but it's not always about me. You know, it's about other humans. I'm not saying every human being wants to learn things, be aware, or try to be kumbaya. A lot of us are indifferents. I can say that because for a long time I was indifferent, or I was just naive. That was probably the better word. I was just ignorant and naive. You know, playing sports, hanging with all my different friends, not realizing me hanging around different cultures gave me a platform to understand, or at least try to understand for myself, how I perceive other people. You know, maybe the biggest mistake for me was opening my throat chakra.
No.
I know. I say that jokingly, Don, because I'm trying to offset it. I love your laugh. As you laugh.
That was the craziest thing to hear.
I might as well say I actually even taped down my heart chakra.
Listen, you clearly have the gift of the gab, and that is only a compliment. So.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Don.
you're supposed to be talking. You have a message. You have a way of delivering.
Yeah.
We don't all permeate every person.
Mhm.
Only some people can hear our energy, hear our sound wave. So I have been really, really, really on an intense journey of acceptance of myself, which includes accepting the fact that some people don't like me no matter how nice I am.
Mm.
And some people are going to try to take advantage of me no matter how much my light is shining. And so I cannot allow it to diminish me, because that same energy that annoys them attracts people to hear my truth and allows me to be tested. And, you know, I'm really changing. And so I just want to say, you know, yeah, we can all be annoying, but I don't think you need to change. I think you're great.
Well, thank you. I thank you, Don. You know, and the fact that you say your truth, you know, you're well spoken. I have a buddy, Tony, I really respect, because to me, he teaches me what silent really looks like. You know, he'll hear me, but he doesn't feel as though he has to give me an opinion. And when he does, it's kind of like, you know that. He goes, yeah, Don, I'm being my own example. So for you, Don, what I say in probably 40 words, you could probably sum it up in 5.
Oh.
Mm.
You know, so I've been recently hanging around all kinds of different communities, and some of them are African communities, and I'm hearing the feminine side mostly coming from women, and some of them are masculine too. But then I'm hearing a lot of the men, they're still arguing with each other. There's way too much debating going on. And they even try to debate me. I said, I'm the wrong guy. I don't debate with people. I'm not even good at it. You know, so.
Yeah, that's what seems to be still pervasive for me in our society. And it's it's a masculine energy that is dying. It has to die in order for us to heal, I believe, because we disconnected from our full selves for too long, you know. And but even in me, I have a very strong masculine side that had always been pervasive. It was when I was younger, it was my more dominant side, and it got me through, you know, some really difficult times in my life, and difficult decisions and mistakes, and you know, that intensity is what I needed. But at the same time, something changed in me, and I began to become more feminine. And it was hard. It was like, what's wrong with me? I spent a lot of time crying and a lot of difficulty accepting, you know, that I was changing. I didn't understand why. But now I see I needed that now, because the energy that is required for our planet to keep moving in the direction it's going, which is up, is a healing feminine effect, love. And so I realize I have to put down my weapons and stop fighting everybody and everything.
I'm with you, Don.
And so I
There-
no longer debate.
There's some people, preferably some people want to see it in their own form. In this case, they want to see it in a female. That a woman is masculine, so they can teach the woman that's been more feminine to bring some of their masculine. But what happens is there's some men, they play the role of a very strong masculine, but they are feminine too, but they want to show the example. And hopefully the men that are too masculine will humble themselves to make room for their feminine energy. You know, and
Yeah.
vice versa, you know, but unfortunately, when I hear people talk about peace and respect, and me, the word peace and respect is silence and considerate, and they start name throwing at each other, I'm like, you guys just aren't setting each other up. One thing is to talk and have arguments about ideals, but once you start calling somebody the N word or the B word, I'm like, you're only setting somebody, especially when these platforms are public. What do you, I told one gentleman, I said, what do you expect? If you scorn somebody publicly, you're gonna force them to defend or attack. If it's done privately, that's a different conversation. But then even that, you have to get a sense, is that person ready to hear some really tough words? You know, and it saddens me because I like to serve different kinds of communities. Because even in the community that I was raised in, like say European, Italian, they would argue with each other, but nobody was actually spending time hearing each other. So it was just them being opinionated, telling them in my household, this is what everybody has to do. I'm like, no, my dad's not that way. My dad's different that way. My dad's, maybe I chose to jump into this. So because I knew how my mother, the mother and father that I came with were going to be that kind of person where they love each other. They hang with each other. They don't believe in going into group communities and then the girls go on one side and the men go on the other side. My mom and dad, they work as a family. You know, I have that even with with the person I'm with, Judith. So when I'm sharing with you guys, I'm trying to treat it the exact same way. I know it's foreign to a lot of people. With you, Don, you'd be like a best new friend if I met you. You know, even with you, Jaro, I love you, buddy. You're a fun-loving cat. You know.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Dom.
Oh,
I love you too.
no,
I'm
thank you.
so grateful that you guys accepted me into this group, and I feel validated and
Mhm.
wanted and all those physical things that don't really matter. But additionally, I do feel like I have growth. I love your directness. I mean, I want to know people. I don't want to just see this glossed over avatar all the time. I want to actually know somebody. And I feel like you are allowing us to get to know you, which makes me feel comfortable
Mhm.
being more open.
Well, you did most of the work before you came into the group, Don. You've accepted yourself as best as you can. So you did most of the work. Thank you. I say that, but I know I'm being a little bit clever, but a lot of times to know oneself and how you know that self plays a major role. Like Jaro's a smart guy. I know. I'm saying this as he's in the room and all that. He asks a lot of questions, but there's a good chance he knows all that stuff. And he's just asking questions to stir up other people, and I'm very grateful. There's times I get in his face, and I apologize, Jaro. That's just me being egotistical. You know, so that's something I can learn. Well, and I say I can learn because I'm still doing it. Once I've learned, there's a good chance I'll stop doing it. It's like trying to tell somebody else when you're hearing them say, well, you're projecting. The fact that you're telling me that I'm projecting, don't you think that's what you're doing? Because it could be some truth, but what value does it do for me if you're the one that's saying it? Now, you might help me be aware. I said, and if I turn around and say, it's a given that I'm going to be projecting, then what are they going to say? It's like trying to, Don, it's like, you know, you're meeting somebody and you know they're going to try to negotiate or try to get something for nothing. So you offer to them for free. They look confused after a while.
Yes.
Wait a second, Don. What do you mean? I was, because they're already prepared thinking that they want to negotiate or they want almost it for nothing. But when you give it to them for nothing, I can't argue with you. I said, whoever said this is about an argument, you know how it is, even in industry you is. Money should be a given already.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
What are you doing, Jaro? I hope you're not trying to sleep on us. Sorry, Don.
That's okay. What do you got to say about all this?
It's wonderful, and I am learning, and I'm learning that I have so much to learn, and mm, I don't know. And the other day on Facebook, I mentioned this earlier this morning. I on Facebook the other day, I saw I discovered that I've been doing this meeting for over 3 years already. Wow.
Mhm. Are we going to
And
factor in your, go ahead, sure.
and Dominic has and Joel have been one of the oldest members or fans or guys that like coming around. Thank you for coming around every time.
Well, besides you, Jar, what attracted me to your site, and I used to listen to you guys on YouTube, was Luis. Luis, to me, is I think he's a wise soul. I think a lot of times people were misunderstanding him, and I think I think he found another platform where he can share whatever's coming through him with other people. And I think he's even doing it in Spanish. So that's a beautiful thing. I wouldn't be able to understand it. Again, that's what I'm saying. If I'm truly aware, wouldn't I be able to understand all languages? I'm not. You know, it's kind of like when people talk about religion, or I'll just say religion, for example. Well, they say, well, our religion is the best. I said, okay, if it's the best, then why is it spoken in all the languages? You know, it's, again, I think this is me, again, making my own projections. I think that's what we call the ego. The ego could just be a program that could even be called the child. You know, I'm using it, but that's not who I am. So the ego is the one that's going to defend or attack religion or state or science. And then they figure that, well, that's what's right. Well, if you have to defend it, does it necessarily make it right? You know, to defend my country. Okay, so what happened when somebody's in another part of the world saying, I'm defending my country? Well, I'm here to protect my kids. Well, what about on the other side of the world? They're saying the same thing. You know, this is where we become so short-sighted. Now, maybe not everybody. Maybe it is only a few 100 million people or 1 million people that are orchestrating, like Don was saying, the script. And the rest of us are either indifference or, I don't know, what's another word opposed to indifference, unaware, or so caught up in their own, they're so selfish, they don't even know how to be rationally selfish anymore. I don't know. It's a guess on my part because I'm just throwing words around now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we get angry about it, but I'm awake enough to the point where I can see that when I get angry about other people being asleep, I'm forgetting where I came from, which is I was asleep and I had to wake up. I had to come to be aware of many things, just like they do. And so I've grown enough to where I don't take offense if someone really doesn't want to hear what I have to say and they don't want to be friends with me or whatever. I'm like, good, because that's a lot of work to try to convince somebody of what I already know. They just haven't lived long enough. And this representation of what really happens inside is manifesting itself physically in how we grow up, and we come to learn about the world differently as we grow up. So inside we're growing and outside we're growing. But many of us have got stuck inside. we spent too much time outside, forgot about the inside, and now we're returning home, is how I see it.
True, Don. But even that, when we do try to observe it, and like, what am I really doing outside? You know, this is why I say to myself, I just say it out loud too, where to question the senses. Do I live over there? No, I live here. Oh, and it's a tough one, because then I say, well, then what have I been doing for the last 58 years?
Yeah.
Or in this case, the last 55 years. You know, it's like a lot of this for me came of the year of release at 50. You know, because I valued it. I might have put that out there. And Hindus even do that, where they give up being a householder when they're 50 and they hand everything over to their firstborn. So they value that stuff. So now here I am thinking, oh, okay. So I'm using the word thinking. So if I'm not over there, then what have I been doing? It's kind of like trying to point to the sky. Hey, everybody, look, there's this alien ship up there. And meanwhile, the only person that can see it, a total stranger, walks in the community, which is Don. Oh yeah, Dom, I see it. It's right there. But there's only two of us now. You know what I mean? There's just two of us. Well, Dom, and then you put it in a perspective. Yeah, Dom, I didn't go around doing all the pointing to everybody else. I just intuitively picked up that they're not going to see it. And then you say certain words, it gives me clarity. Oh, so this is my journey. Oh, okay. So I'm ready for it. Yes, but you've been delaying it because you're too busy trying to explain to other people. As I'm saying this out loud.
It's horrible. Every time, it's like you don't mean it. It just comes out. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when I was growing up in Baltimore. I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, and it was a really tough time then. And there was always somebody preaching on the corner. And I was like, why? And they'd be in a suit and everything and just, holding the Bible. And then at one point, I was expected to do that as well. We had to go out and pass out tracts and try to preach to people on the corner. That's how I felt. I felt like every time I went around some people, I was trying to preach. I hated that time because it just spills out of you. It's the good news.
Hey, Don, I heard this the other day. A person shared it, and it was like, remember Jazz? I don't know. Do you remember? There's a gentleman, Jazz. I don't know if he's an American. But I just don't know if he's African descent or Jamaican or Caribbean. But regardless, dark skin. Okay, I'm going to call it for what it is because I have a lot of my friends that are of different cultures. So one day we were talking, and he was talking about, and he gave it in a perspective. He said, "Dom, the spoken language is for the avatar. Thoughts is for consciousness." Once he said that to me, it just opened up a door.
Wow.
It was one of those things I said, Jazz, thank you very much, because I put it out there, what his thoughts. So another gentleman the other day has said, I was hearing him talking to another gentleman. I was in the conversation. I was on the panel. And then he says, next time you look at Matrix, the movie Matrix?
Yes.
Reverse all the characters' colors.
Huh.
Once you start seeing it, you see the entrapment of a person that's in a black skin. All the characters that were black, dark skin, were actually just people are light skin. Think about the woman that wrote it was dark skin. So it's kind of like Shakespeare coming in as males. They're as females, but they're actually male characters. So they reversed it. And once you start seeing it from that perspective, then you start thinking, oh, he's trying to break the matrix. In this case, all the condition. Think about a human being that was born into slavery and trying to break out a matrix. I know there's another matrix going on, but it was written from a story from a human, probably being. And when the person shared it, I'm like, wow, that gives you a totally different perspective of it. Not to say that's the truth, Don. I'm just saying once it was shared, it's like, wow. Goes back to seeing the picture within the picture. And once you see it, you can't take it away anymore.
Right.
No matter how much you look at it, oh, I see the picture. Oh, I'm trying to forget. That's what I was saying about being disenchanted and then trying to get back into the enchantment. I want to pretend I can't see it again.
Exactly. Yep. It's a weird phase to be in. And not very many people you can talk to about it. It can be a little bit lonely because, sometimes it's like, am I the crazy one? And now I've gotten pretty much over that. I'm just crossing from that phase of questioning my sanity because I've just experienced too many things that shows me the reality is very different than what we're seeing physically.
Well, for me, Don, it's always been a given. I'm the crazy one. I'm also the intelligent one. It's my own shit show, as some people would call it. But outside of the advent of this kind of device that we're using right now, if I talk to most of my acquaintances, even of past, of Scottish descent or Jamaican descent, maybe one of my best friend Dave would probably hear me out. But a lot of them it would be there would be a lot of pushback. And the pushback would come in the form, they wouldn't say, Dom, you're crazy. They would say something, well, how does that work for what I have to do? So they're revealing this about themselves. So when a person's only doing what's best for them, they're going to be blinded to a lot of other stuff outside of them.
Yeah.
But then they'll say, well, Don, but you just said we only live inside. I said, yes, that's part of the illusion. You know, so if I talk to a whole bunch of, you know, and every so often, Don, I will push the agenda, and it is my agenda where I'll talk to people. I'll try to get when I get a couple of people talking about energy work, then I'll start talking about energy, you know, because a lot of guys have a difficult time. They think a male is a male and a female is a female. They can't grasp the idea that there's other energies like masculine and feminine involved. The ones that do, they start bringing in all kinds of information. Then I know I'm probably talking to either an old soul or an aware soul. And then the conversation starts flowing. You know what I mean? I can now just sit back and hear other people opposed to always sticking my neck out first.
Yes.
To engage in the my wife told me that a long time ago. Dominic, you're the kind of person you're going to always stick your neck out first. I'm not the guy that's going to be the first guy on the dance floor. I might be the guy that's going to stay out there the longest, but I'm not going to be the first guy out there. My wife's that kind of person, but I'm the kind of guy I will stick out my neck in certain conversations. I won't if it's debate. I'm not going to get into that debate because I know I'll get shredded, first of all, and my feelings will get really hurt because I'm not there for that reason.
Right. And you know yourself enough that you understand that's what's going to happen for you. So you don't keep putting yourself in that same situation.
I try not to.
I think you said, wasn't you or someone recently, I heard them say, it's not about, I remember. He said, don't worry about how you look. Think about how you feel.
I didn't say that, but that resonates with me, Don.
Yes, that's what it is to me. Yeah. That you finally got to a point where you realize that does not feel good. So I want to stop being dumb.
But I do worry about how I feel. So I try not to put myself in harm's way as best as I can. No, because there's people that they come in and they ask a question, but you know, energetically, they're being clever. They're trying to prove a point. So they want to know your stance. And then they'll tell you, well, I think that's crap. And then they'll tell you their story. I said, well, then why don't you just share me your story? Don't denounce mine. You know, this is where we have to use word like the word free will, or, you know, like, I don't even like the idea when people say, well, Dom, this is a safe space. The fact that you have to say that tells me, is it really a safe space? You know, like, I get it. A lot of us, no, I can't say a lot of us. I know myself, I can have those moments where I make other people feel unsafe. I'm sorry for that, but that's not my intention. You know, it's, some people are, and sometimes, Don, I'm in the wrong place. Where other people might say, well, Dominic, I'm the few, then you're in the wrong place. Because if there's a whole bunch of people here talking about energy work, and then somebody else wants to come in very logical, I said, you're not reading the room. But then people that are very logical don't know how to read the room. Not with awareness, they might still do. They just haven't opened it up and say, oh, Don's talking about certain things I don't grasp. Jarrell's talking about certain things I don't grasp. I said, okay, so then you should have on your questioning hat. Because now you're here to learn. You know, unfortunately, I think the schooling system really confuses us in a lot of ways. You know, I know the system that's being run, it is for commerce, but it only benefits the few, which could be millions, but it doesn't benefit the whole. And even that, I can't even say the whole, because it's just humans. It doesn't benefit animals in any way, you know.
Yep, I agree.
But onto that one conversation, because it was a nice heading that Jarrell put out, the Stoic, and I think it was something to do with feelings. My apologies if I, you know, here we go. Cover stories.
Yeah, I realized that I caused much of my suffering because of how I think, what I believe. And this awareness, has been kicking my ass lately. it has been putting so many different obstacles in my life. I say it has been as if it is separate from me because I'm still using that old language. I'm aware of that.
Mhm.
But I am transitioning to a different set of words that more closely relate to my understanding now. In other words, I'm becoming more I guess acclimated to the changing, and I'm more allowing as opposed to trying to control it. It's not the right energy.
Mhm.
And
Well,
so it's a magnificent experience to go through this.
again, Don, it's one of those things, and I'm sure you've already engaged in that. Once one becomes aware that who really functions the body, then a person, the ego could say, well, then what have I been trying to do? You've been trying to play the illusion of control opposed to observe. Because really, a simple observation in one's own existence in one day was, well, who's running the blood while I'm talking to Don? Who's running my body? Let's say the blood again, when I'm asleep. It's not the ego. That's just an ongoing program. That's like asking Siri through some app to say, run the world. No, Siri. The only reason why most people can comprehend you is because most people are being led by their thinking process. It's just never met a computer so high tech that for most people, when they get into conversations, even Stoicism, it's about a thinking process. To a point where they openly admits, well, are we supposed to denounce your feelings? Are you supposed to suppress your feelings? Are you supposed to be aware of your feelings? For some of the Stoics, if they're really honest with themselves, I said, your parents failed you. What do you mean? They never showed you feelings. Why? Because they usually grew up in a very masculine dominated house. And the men have to be masculine in the outside world, hence masculinity is the public thing. But when they come privately, they still even dominate the feminine aspect. You know, there is men that could say, because if you're working together, men will build a house, maybe even pay for a house, but it's usually the feminine side that actually maintains it and makes it a home. Now, that feminine side could be the man too. But then again, we're living in a world now, or in this part of the world, where all our conveniences are here. So it discourages people to want to hook up with each other and live with each other. A man can just earn money and go to a grocery store, or go to a fast food place and eat all he wants, but yet missing one of the key elements, closeness. And then when they bring devices like the phone, the computer, like Zoom and all that, it's a carrot on a stick. We want closeness, but then we get caught up in like emojis and all this Twitter stuff and, you know, selfie pictures and all that. It re-engages the ego again. Not to say there's nothing wrong with the ego, but is there any potential of expansion of growth with it? And if a person who's being honest with themselves, then they'll realize, well, the ego has a limitation. So you need other people, you know. A singer cannot be everything. You need other people, stage people. You need the people that produces the music. You need the people that make the instruments. It's a collective. You know, even Siri or Alex or whatever you want to call it, they needed the collective to create the platform so then we could put a voice to it. And that voice has a program to it. And that's what the ego, I perceive, is. That's not who I am. But I know I have to utilize it. So if I can learn its potential or work with it, whatever that means, I don't think I even have to work with it, because then there's other parts I have to work with. You know, people call it the higher self and lower self. To me, they're both programs. You know, am I the essence to things? Maybe. Biblical story, breathed in life. What is that? Is it air, prana, chi? I don't know. I'm one of those fools, Don, that I like to seek things and it probably just opens up more questions, but I'm okay with that. Other people, their words will say that they're not okay with it. Oh, Don, I have to live a regular life. I'm like, okay, so okay. I'm not going to bait them in by saying, what is life now?
Yes.
But I am about awareness. And I heard myself last night when I was in my little sleepy state. I'm like, I lost, Buffy's no longer with me. I'm beating myself over. Me and my wife are struggling with it to a certain point. She was a little bit more strong, a lot more stronger than me. She's experienced a lot of loss in her life. For me, I just Yeah, I even had to call my mom, Dawn, just to hear her voice. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, how the fuck am I going to feel when she's no longer with me? Well, hopefully it won't be like when I was depressed when I got divorced. It took me years to get out of it, to a point I started to smoke at the age of 30. Took me 3 years, but then again, I learned that smoking is usually a form of grieving. What was I grieving? Was I grieving the loss of a marriage? No, I was grieving the loss of an innocent of a childhood. I thought that was going to be like that all my life. Naive as it was, Don, I had to come to the cruel realization. When I started to work, when I always, well, I can't say I always worked. When I was a kid, I used to shovel snow, deliver paper routes and all. That was fun. Getting money was, oh, wow, bonus. And then when I got older, and then once I stopped giving, I had to give up a lot of sports. I had to go to work, earning money, get into the mainstream. It was fun until I realized I had to do it all the time. That became a form of insanity for me. There you go, Joe. Well done. Magnesium, that'll help.
The snoring?
My wife taught me that, yeah. Suppose before you go to sleep, as long as you've done the correct eating process, don't eat late at night. Magnesium supposedly loosens the muscles. And for some people, not all people, it will help them with their snoring.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
cool.
certain type of magnesium. I'll have to post it on what type it is. And then I think during the day, it helps loosen your muscles so people won't cramp up as much. Don, I know my wife could probably even explain it, what's in the magnesium that probably helps. I'm not a chemist that way. Or some people are very intuitive, right? So I'm a parrot to a certain point where people say, well, Dominic, can you explain it? I said, oh, okay. I set myself up. I just said something just to scratch the surface. Especially when you get people say, well, Dominic, you're talking about it, so you should do it. I said, well, then I got to tell you, I understand a lot about health. Doesn't mean I always practice it.
Right.
And I'm being honest, because there's other people that say, Dom, I don't talk about it. I just do it. Oh, okay. We need a bit of everybody. Now, when you find that few people, they can talk about it and do it, those are the people we really have to really admire and say, okay, there's a lot of wisdom that can come from you. It's like knowledge and there's the applying of knowledge. Two different things for me. And when I hear people talk that, I said, fuck, that resonates with me. Sometimes when you're having a conversation, Don, or you're mimicking something, there's something missing. And then when somebody says it, it's like, that's the piece that I've been missing in this equation.
Yes.
And knowing that, there could be another piece. I know when people tell me certain things, oh, Dom, in your hunting, because I used to like going to like places like Salvation Army. So people know that about me. So they'll say, Dom, in your venture, can you find one of these things? I'm thinking, oh, fuck, now I got that in my head. So now months go by, I see this thing and something comes out of my directory like, oh, this is for so-and-so. Because I'm not always about me, right? But even though it is still about me, because it makes me feel good knowing that I'm helping another person. So I'm never lying to myself by saying, well, Dominic, you're always this selfless person. I said, no, I am being selfish. It is about me. Don, for a long time, I was a people pleaser.
Oh, God, that's me. Listen, well, let me tell you.
Speak.
What you think is wrong or bad about being selfish, oh, my God. No, actually, we keep doing that. We keep making something wrong and something right, but really all of it is right. Because sometimes you need selfish energy and sometimes you need to have selfless energy. So,
Don, you told me some of your story. If I ever met you when I was a kid and I saw you, I might have been with some other buddies that would be the kind of guys, if somebody was bullying you, I would know they'd be the kind of guys that would probably go to those guys and give them a stern talking, or some of them would actually say, listen, but I'd be the kind of person coming to you, Don.
That's awesome.
But everybody plays a role. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not that person. I had a buddy of mine recently, Craig. He's the kind of person, he's the sweetest guy, but he's a badass. Where I know if he's seen somebody being unjustly treated, he'll get in that person's face. And I have another friend, Frank. Frank's like 5'5". You could be 7 foot tall. Frank's the kind of guy, he's like a pit bull. He'll jump in, but I'm not. But I'm the kind of person, if I see another person that needs comforting or just a hug, I'm that kind of person. I'm not going to deviate for who I am. Now, I'm a little bit more when it comes to my voice, but I know enough that if I was talking to a bunch of bikers, I would have to read the room first to say, can I talk like a sailor today?
Right.
Because if I start talking the shit that I talk about and I say it in the way it is, I said, Dom, we love the message, like what you're sharing with us, but it's the way you said it. And you came here like a bull in a china set. We're going to have to take you in the back of the bar. Well, I guess, guys, I'm going to learn my lesson. And I would hope, Don, I say that jokingly because I would hope I only learn it once.
Well, I think it's nice of them to tell you up front what they're going to do to you.
Well, that's the one guy that's giving me the heads up, but he's probably the guy that's not going to. But I'm saying this very with my imagination. I know enough that if I know that I can change my behavior around a different bunch of people, then I'm aware of my behavior.
Yes.
It's like going to a schizophrenic. There's some of them where the old days where nuns would get in their face. Some of them in moments, they know what they're doing. It's like some people that drink. Some of them really are so conscious when they're drinking. You know, and if you call them out, because it's a spirit drink, it's usually the spirit that's taken over, and you can call out that spirit. You know, I've met people before and they have a very strong ego and they call me out. I'm like, okay, Dom, shut the fuck up. Not because I'm wrong, or I'm saying full of shit. Even if I am, I would say, okay, you're going to get me to be quiet in a second. Please explain to me what you're perceiving of me. And then I'll say quiet and they'll say, Dom, you're talking way out of fucking line. You're talking like a piece of crap. You don't really understand what we're going through. I said, okay, if they allow me to, I said, I read the room incorrectly. My apologies. Or I was being too clever. And I'm okay with that, because I think we should keep each other in check. Not all the time. Some people need to do it privately. Like I know my brother, when he was younger, if my dad got upset with my brother, there's a good chance my brother wouldn't be talking to my dad for about weeks. But with me, my dad knows, Dom, I can go upside of you and downside of you. I said, yes, Dad, but if I'm in one of those moods, I might be like my brother Luch, and I might not talk to you for a day. Because I like closeness, Don. My wife knows that about me. I'm a social butterfly that way. I like to be around people. I like to have conversations. Whether they're useful or not, it's still a conversation. You know what I mean? Not every conversation is going to assist everybody in that conversation. Somebody could be talking about how to earn lots of money. I'll be in that conversation. I will ask questions. But if another person says, well, Dominic, I have lots of money, or I don't care about money, I said, but you're in the same room with everybody else. You're not considering the fact that other people might want to hear that conversation. I always talk on like as though, especially when it's recorded, like there's kids in the room, meaning that they're here to learn. Now, sometimes I forget, gotta put a strain on my voice, how I talk. Because I do like using F words sometimes.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm beginning to see it differently because I'm very much a person that likes to keep things under control. That's how I was taught. So I like to control what's around me, what's happening in my environment. And I'm not necessarily controlling of others, but I'm controlling of them when they're in my environment. I now see a benefit for that. I understand that energy much better. At the same time, I can understand more clearly that life is not how that is. That's not life. Life is whatever happens is going to happen. Loosey-goosey is the way to go. And I'm loving it because what does it hurt me that you say that word, except my belief, my thought in my head about that word? And that's not true. That's not what that word means. It doesn't mean that to me.
You know that, Don, but I still have to consider that there's other people. It's like an example. We can say whatever we want and then even try to control our environment. There's the art of war where you leave one spot open. But if you're living in a world where there's a master and a slave, or you have an emperor, and then they say, okay, I'm going to do the art of war. I'm going to tell you this is the way I think, and you guys have no choice. Well, yeah, because you're giving me the false sense that on either side, but meanwhile you have a fence behind me. So as long as people know they still have a choice, that they can walk away from the room. Some people forget they have that choice. It's not like as though we're living in there is people still living in certain times, Don, even in this age, where they don't have that choice or a choice. If somebody's telling me, Dominic, I'm a master or I'm a slave, or in this case, I'm a master, yeah, you do have a choice. What? a choice. I have to do everything for you with a smile, opposed to me saying, I don't want to participate in all that, maybe find somebody else. And I get it, where certain cultures, certain nations, they never had a choice, Don. You know, women, I could even say that about women. A lot of women, oh yeah, you give us the right to vote. Woo, wee, woo, 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 woo. What about all those other times where you treat us like shit, or you condition ourselves to keep ourselves each our own gender in check? Like, think about a Muslim woman. You know, she grows up and she's like, what, I gotta wear what on my face? And why? Well, because there was a story of the gods impregnating you women because you were so beautiful. Oh, so is that my issue, or are the men jealous? You know, like, this is the conditioning. Like, think about how they put on a mask on. I still had to wear a mask on if I wanted to go into some commerce building. So I would resent it, but I wouldn't make it I would be such a punk ass that I would walk into a store and say, I'm not going to wear a mask. No, really, you could say that, punk ass, because we're not living in anarchy. Because if we were living, well, actually not anarchy, chaos. Actually, no, anarchy. If we weren't living with rules, the store owner could say, no problem. You don't believe in the vaccine? You don't believe in wearing a mask? No problem. Here's my rifle. Roll over to the side. Now, I know that seems very extreme, but people have forgotten what comes with our comforts is rules. Now, can you be a wise, like the mob, where you're a wise person, you can work around the rules? Yes, we all do it. Think about you. You're in the tax business. How many people work around that system? Even Jar,
Yeah,
a lot of
everyone.
Sure they do. And who makes the rules? And how many of them have a fine line? When a person says, I'm honest, I said, you really can't say you're honest. What do you mean? If you could find a loophole in the tax system, you would. Now, there's other people that say, Dom, I'm actually being very loyal and honest about tax system. Yeah, because they don't play with money. Or they bring it, their money's being seeped into some other country that doesn't even have tax systems. Think about all the money that, all the big corporations, Starbucks and all that. They earn money here, but does money stay here? So if they don't, do they really have to even pay taxes?
Right.
You know, it's a game. I get it. It's a game, but most people don't realize when you're in the game, don't be stuck on the outcome. Look at the rules of the game. The outcome is a distraction. Winning and losing, paying taxes, not paying taxes. But look at some of the rules. When Donald Trump, people forget this, when Donald Trump took over the Merv Griffin casinos, it was in such a loss that he was able for 10 years to be tax exempt. So now what he did during that 10 years was he could have any other people that wanted to do his foundation to them. So the Clinton family, when what's his name? Clinton was the senator of Arkansas. They were smuggling all kinds of drugs through Arkansas. So what were they doing with the money? They were making foundations and putting it under what's his name? Donald Trump's foundation, because it's tax exempt. Another way to launder money.
Yes, that's what it's set up for.
Sure it is, Don. You know that. IRS is done illegally. Why? Because it was always set up for corporate taxes, never personal taxes. Corporate taxes, those are your cars. Yes. So you're going to pay for the roads. You're going to pay for the streetlights. You're going to pay for all the workers that have to maintain it. That's gone away a long time ago. Now they have public taxes that the government collects, so that it goes to corporations, and then the government turns around and says, we're going to be handed a budget, and then it's not the money that we just gave to them, it's going to go back to us. Like here in Canada, we have the CRA now. They've already voted that they want to go on strike soon because they've been held hostage for a year without a new agreement. But at the same time, the government's asking them to chase people down for the money that they gave out during COVID. But that's just the citizens. They're not even going to touch the big corporation that got all kinds of money, Don. And now I'm just ranting. Go ahead.
I was saying, oh my God, it's a joke.
Sure it is.
To me, it's a show. It's not even for me to even worry about. Just like some of my clients are worried, oh, Biden hired 78,000 IRS agents. Bullshit. No, he didn't. I can't even hire one person in 5 years. They're going to have 78. No, it's a fear tactic for us to believe it and manifest it into reality.
You're right, Don. It is, Don. And the thing is, we're aimlessly being distracted by that. But what they're really implanting is an AI system, a digital system. With the digital system will become a lot of tracing. They'll have a credit system with it. They'll even have an expiry date on it. So eventually you're not going to need accountants anymore because we're going to have to swipe everything. I don't care if it's a biblical story of a chip on your wrist or the phone. So eventually they're going to get rid of money, and they're going to say, okay, so how do we do trading now? Well, you're going to have to use this digital system. So now cash is no longer king. It won't even be in the same room anymore. It'll be digital. And the thing is, what I understand the United Nations talking about, if I say I do work for you, Don, I come to your house and I do electrical work. You pay me some sort of digital system. Before it would have been cash. And if we did it under the table, we'd be abstaining from paying privilege of using their money by taxes. So now we do this digital system. It would show on my phone or whatever system they're going to use. I got $1,000 for Don. They'll have a stamp on that. I have so many months to spend that money. That's why they're talking about expiry on digital currency. So this way people won't be able to save as much. Now, if you get the money, Don, and you decided that you're going to pay your rent with it, I decide to get that money and I pay my rent with it, because it goes to a different industry. Now that money will be stamped differently for longer periods of time. So this is what they're going with, Don. Now, people might think that's sci-fi. Well, then explain how the cell phone came to be. When I look at the cell phone and I'm like, how does this little device pick up all the different energies of the receivers, whether it's a phone, text message, and it goes in the air, ether, and then what am I supposed to assume it just goes to a cell phone? I mean, some sort of tower, whether it's under or above the ground. We really don't know how this realm really works. We like to use metaphors such as the Matrix and all. It's all digital, of course, because that's all we have ever known. So I value this, Don, because I've always questioned why we still wrap around our houses with electricity wire. You know what that does to us? That fucks us over. But can they do wireless? I think they can. Personally, I think the device might even exist where we're changing the appliances now. So now it picks up some sort of thing wireless. Because they've done experiments with people that can cook egg on a pan, whether it's ice or it's hot, like a fire. So knowing that, what is this realm? I know I'm playing a mind game with myself right now, but this is how I try to question things. How does it work? Why is there a species called birds that can fly if we value the theory of gravity? How does that work with them?
Yeah. Exactly. But those are the types of conversations I believe we should be having in philosophy for us to further our understanding of this realm. But so many of us are still captured in the field of play, and they want to philosophize on the politics of today. And I don't feel the need to beat either side up. I just feel like it is what it is. Don't participate in it, and that way it will die.
Well, Don, I think what happens is, think about what it reinforces. The sheep. The sheep herder teaches the one sheep how to be obedient, and then he teaches another species, a sheepdog, to keep it in line. Eventually, the sheep will reinforce it by teaching its offspring, its conditioning, and same with the sheepdog. So for us, we reinforce. When people talk about philosophy, the first thing I hear out of most people is, I got a degree in it. I knew a guy named Socrates, which you never did. You heard about a guy named Socrates or Plato or Kant and all these other guys, but they forget the question with philosophy is the whys. Same with science is the hows. People that were old priests of old times, when they went to God, it's because they had a lot of whys. They were philosophers. But when somebody quotes another person, he's not philosophizing. He might say why he wrote that. Well, then, if it was inspired for him to write it back then, don't you think inspiration can still come to you in a thought? Sure, it can. But that's an intellectual conversation. It's like when people intellectualize, when they say the word morality and then they intellectualize, then they're not doing morality. They're intellectualizing it. Because if you're trying to explain to somebody else what is morality, you have to experience it. What do you mean? Giving yourself an opportunity, would you help another human being that was being harmful? Well, yes. I said, then you're learning a little bit of morality. It's just, one of those things, you get way too many people throwing in words. And I'm the kind of person who will say, listen, you can only believe if a guy like Socrates lived or didn't live. But let's say you did meet him. Now you know of him. But what's his character? His character, if he lived in a very comfortable state, would say, yeah, I'm a good guy. I could tell you what I might do if I was in a wartime. Then you talk to another guy, you go, well, yeah, Dom, I'm in a wartime situation. I can tell you how I'm living now. So how would it be if you were living in a time was very pleasantry? Well, I can only speculate at that point. This is why people have to remember, if these guys that were talking in the old days were probably old, light-skinned men, maybe, more times than not, that have done well for themselves at the expense of other people, and at the same time, they were using a different language. Greek is a different language to philosophize if you're philosophizing than English is. Same as like saying, I'm going to do a healing language. I'm going to do Hebrew. Meanwhile, somebody says Sanskrit's probably a better language. You know, it's, you know, then people can ask questions, why would it be a better language? Then somebody can explain it. Why do those men talk the way they did? Because they were in a more, you know, privileged situation. Most of us, even in North America, we're in a very privileged situation. Some people might say, well, I'm not. I said, no, you're just at a different degree of privilege. The fact that you can go to some grocery store, some people might say, well, Dom, I can't afford to go to a grocery store, but the fact that you have that opportunity, that's still privilege. It's not extreme privilege where you can pay somebody to go to the grocery store or pay some guy to come to your house to cook food. Those are just extreme different degrees of privilege.
Exactly. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the word privilege,
No,
but
there
I
isn't.
notice a lot of people get triggered on it. They get triggered in it on multiple ways, but in a negative way, privileged. And it's just like, wow, we've lost our minds.
Yes, and then they start doing, well, you don't understand, whether they say it to me or not. They'll say, well, you don't understand because what, I'm in this shade? You know, and then they say, well, our people. I said, you've never lived outside of your vessel, so why are you saying our people? You, talk for you. You know, and this is where, you know, I get it. You know, there's a whole bunch of people that I'll just say European. But if I start talking to Don, we don't think alike at all. I don't know their story. I could ask them. And they could tell me, well, Dom, I grew up in an environment where one of my parents were pretty well off. My mother lived below poverty. I said, maybe the combination of both helped you guys. I don't know. They might be able to explain it as best as they can. Doesn't mean I'm going to understand it. This is why we have the concept. We hear each other and we consider each other. I'm not here. I could turn around and say to somebody, whether I agree or disagree, I'm still going to hear you. Because that agreeing and disagreeing is just revealing to myself, Dominic, you're still not fine yet. You're still struggling because you think this is all about agreeing or disagreeing. You know, Americans, I'm only using that example because us Canadians can do the same thing. We're just one small little spectrum. Dare not me talk to somebody in Vancouver, let alone Halifax, and then go to Europe and talk to all the different countries there and the different little pockets. You know, it's, you know, Don, I've had these visions where I'm driving on the highway and you know how they have the light poles and they're separated by, you know, who knows how many hundreds of meters from each other. And as I'm driving through one, I'm seeing about maybe 40 different cars going the other direction. I wonder if how many out of those 40 cars, how many people are aware? You know, that's just a small caption. What about if everybody's aware, but we just don't know how to communicate with each other with all our restrictions, combating each other?
Yeah.
You know, it's, but again, that's how I think. You know, I can't even say that's, you know, but if I can think that way, other people, no different. You know, hence why people talk about the shadow self. Can another human being kill another human being? Put them in the right environment? Maybe. Would a woman do anything to protect her child? Well, if her spirit gets activated, friggin' right. Yeah. Women have done feats that humans can't explain. No different. A man starts doing certain kinds of substance, and then, excuse me, and then you hear about 10 police officers how to take them down. I'm like, wow, that's spirit. Or you hear stories about people drink so much that they black out, but they're still functioning. Who's running the body?
Right.
You know, that's one of those things. Like, that's why when I hear the word, you know, what's the word called? Love thy neighbor. Who's my neighbor? Closer than any brother or sister's ever been. It's something that must be within me. Or I'm a receiver. You know, we literally could be nothing more than a receiver, like a world of stage. And then there's me and you are playing from some sort of console, like some sort of remote control from another realm.
Mm.
Hey, let's see what we can get Dawn to do. Well, Dawn only had 20 chips this year, so she's only going to live to 110. She just doesn't know it yet. Dominic, you have 120 chips, but you don't know it yet. We're going to crash you with a car. Okay. You know what I mean? Because how many people would actually go to a fortune teller if they were going to tell them, yeah, lucky day today. You told me you came here. You want to know your future. Yeah, I don't see nothing after tomorrow. How many people would actually go to a fortune teller?
Wow.
They
Hasn't
want-
that died? I mean, I don't even hear about them anymore.
Well, because most people we're too busy caught up. What's the media going to tell us? Hey, they told us COVID. Hey, they're telling us they're going to send a guy to jail. They're going to tell us, oh my goodness, what are the Kardashian doing? Oh my God, the Kardashian are doing this. Oh my God, that's how we all live like that. Dawn, don't you have a Kardashian tight jeans on right now?
No.
Oh, does your dog have Kardashian doggy boots on?
No.
I'm only using that because then you can go to another culture like China or India. They would have their own versions of a Kardashian. That's how the media works.
Yeah.
You know, it's COVID over there. Like for a world that thinks, or humans that think that democracy and communism can't mix, or this religion doesn't mix with this religion, but yet when COVID hit and they did the pandemic, all people, every industry, Mecca, the Vatican, all these different places, they all closed down at the same time. All the sports affairs. And to me, the sports are like, I love sports, Don. It entertains me. I take it for what it is. I realize the people that are in those sports, they have to learn their craft and they can be in harm's way, but they're doing it for money, for whatever reason. So when they shut down all the coliseums, sports places, how convenient they did them all at once.
Yeah.
And as you shared, well, they want to keep us, they don't want to completely restrict us. So you can keep driving your cars because the gas companies make a lot of money. Don't worry about, wiping them down. Oh, by the way, Don, you and Dominic and Judith are going for a nice, delicious lunch today. We're going to walk in with our masks, but when we sit down, we can take them off. And then when you have to go to the bathroom, you got to put them back on. Do you see the fucking moronic state we're in?
Yeah.
And then most people will go ahead, Don.
I was going to say, and many people, instead of just not participating, cried and whined and missed the whole important point of the fact that overnight, all of a sudden, everyone is working from home.
Yeah.
Something that we have been asking for how long? And overnight, the entire world did it? Really?
But Don, you know what the bonus thing about that is? Me and my wife used to go for walks. We always still do go for walks, but you see more people walking back then. I noticed that Gaia, the earth, was very happy. There was less people on the road, less pollution. To me, I almost get the sense that the elites are like the person that's always working, but their parents are coming over on the weekend, so they got to spend the whole weekend out cleaning the place up before they show up. Mm-hmm. So there's a good chance the elites are cleaning up because the gods are coming back. Because really, when I think of it, Don, I'm the guy that, okay, I know it's full of crap and I can even break it down, but I still have to once in a while pretend or literally take the pills when I'm in the crazy house. When people were going around saying, well, COVID's around, I said, no. What you're going to inject with yourself could actually be the virus.
Right.
Now, they're going to do placebos because people have a short memory. When they went to Africa with the Gates Foundation and they were injecting a whole bunch of poor Africans, a lot of them were being sterilized, hence population control. And some of them were dying.
Mm-hmm.
So even when they talk about gay lives matter and all that, can two women reproduce? No. Can two men reproduce? No. Look at their flag. It's a reverse chakra. They honestly think that there's people that are actually caring for them. No. When they did Black Lives Matter, that was orchestrated. Mm-hmm. They controlled it, and the people that they were giving money to was the corporations. And then they get mad at, oh, there's one person, he's one of our own. I said, in color only, they're about business. There's people out there that think for some reason there is a strife between different people of different color of skin. No, most of them are the ones that are in ruling in certain areas. They're in clubs, and they don't see themselves as different colors. They see each other as business partners. Keep my enemies closer. Why? Because they understand the game as much as us. But us citizens, because that's what they classify us, we're still in the lacking, because we don't really grasp how do things really work. I tell my buddies that have done well financially, I said, do you really know how fiat currency really works? Most of them, if they're honest, if they're really honest, they would say, Dom, I don't care. I say, okay, at least you're being honest. Because for some people, they wouldn't even know, even if they said, Dominic, I don't care. I said, do you even know what caring is? Because if I turn around and say, if one of your loved one was being hurt, would you care? He goes, yes. Well, you can't really truly say that statement. It's convenient. It's like somebody saying I'm a vegetarian only on Monday. I get it. And they're being truthful in that moment to themselves. You even said it, Don, and I'm glad you said it the way it is, because I know you're aware you're being truthful to you. But other people turn around and say, oh, that's the truth. To who? I'm just trying to be honest with myself. I've heard esoteric, where certain people talk about the concept of truth is actually an energy. Hence the biblical story, where there's two will be me. Okay, let's say there is an energy called truth. Can most of us even be in that energy? Especially if it's like a car wash. Well, we're going to have to squeak you, Dom, because you're full of shit. You've done this, you've done this. I said, okay, hold on. I'm tired. There's too many things that you've already. Okay, then Dom, maybe come back again. How about I try to do it in this lifespan? Good luck on that too. I'm playing a game now, Don. I'm not.
Yes.
I say, even when I said earlier, who would actually defend the human race? A lot of people would say they would want to. I said, okay, so before you say you're going to defend it, should you see what they're being accused of first? What do you mean? Well, we have wars, we have poverty, we have greed. Not to say none of them are right or wrong, but what would you defend? It's a tough one. But then at the same time, you could put the other part. We create music, we do dancing, but who gave us the music? Who gave us the language? Who gave us the feet that we're using to move our feet around with? Well, that's the Big Bang. Well, okay, I'll go with it. Okay, so let me understand this. Don just had a baby. Am I to assume that it's an ape and it's going to develop into a human baby? No, it goes right back to with language. So am I to assume that once we have a baby, that baby's going to have a vocabulary and it's going to know how to read or write? No. That baby, if anything else, has sound. Some people do talk about what did they do with the placenta. Actually, the placenta is supposed to go back to the baby, but it gets shipped off and it goes to the elite because they understand the property of placenta. Now people say, well, Dominic, but I heard you do urine therapy. What do you think the placenta is? The reason why it works on a baby is because the baby has not eaten food. So technically it's been fasting. So when urine is the way it is, it's purified. Now, it all depends on the woman too. It's usually good practice if a woman does practice fasting, so that liquid now will become more of a purifying thing, opposed to a toxic thing. But again, Don, we don't learn this in school.
No, not at all.
No.
Learning that would mean that you don't depend on the medical system, which I call death care, not health care. And I haven't used it in forever. And I'm not putting anybody down that uses it.
Mm-hmm.
I just choose to not participate with it because I feel better without them.
Yes.
My body tells me, if I'm more aware, my body tells me when there's a problem and leads me the right direction when I'm paying attention. But the death care makes me not pay attention and just take these drugs that always have these side effects. And the thing is that I'm still learning myself. And so, I can sense within me that as I learn more, I will see the use for the medical system. But for now, I don't. And that's just how it is. And I'm cool with that, At different strokes for different folks.
It is. As long as they're being stroked, I guess, in a way that it'll give them an understanding. It's like a lot of us have forgot to be farmers. So we're not going to understand the sun and the moon, and we're not going to understand, like, people now just re-engaging. There's like a little opening now where people are going to say, well, it's legal now to smoke marijuana, so we can grow it now. Okay, sure, you're a farmer again. So now, what's the property of that medicine that comes from that plant? Now, I'm never going to discredit a surgeon that says to me, Dominic, so are you trying to discredit me? I said, no, there's some application where you've repaired a human being and you didn't save their life. You just kind of like went into a cockpit, you tuned them up and then sent them back out. We do need human intervention. So a person that's a surgeon that patches you up, great, thank you very much. But when we get away from other things about the maintaining part of it, prior and after, so a person doesn't have to have a liver problem. So now our immune system has been compromised because a lot of things have been compromised. A lot of people don't want to be hunters and farmers and gatherers. And the reason why we don't want to do that, because then we got to look at all of our attachments. We want our comforts. We want somebody else to do it for us, but yet bitch and complain about it. We can't really complain about GMO if we're looking at most of the people that don't want to be farmers. I've heard recently a bunch of group people talking about wanting to own land or purchase ghost towns, which is great. Usually it's a masculine guy talking that way. I said, but are you going to implement a lot of people to reactivate their crafts and learn about where the sun and the moon have to be? Who's going to be the farmers? Who's going to be the ones that are going to treat animals and understand how to graze them and all that kind of stuff? See, I understand all of that, Don. I just don't practice it because there's energy and people practicing it. When there's an energy with everybody's doing comforts, it's tough to apply the other energy. I can only keep it alive in words only. Now, I could be the example, but then I wouldn't be on YouTube saying I'm living off the grid. I would just not be talking anymore. I'd be too busy doing it. And how many farmers have been ripped a new hole? You know, because when a person goes into a grocery store, what are we really saying? When a person's using somebody else's big corporation gas company, what are we really saying? Now, people aren't talking out loud, but you just have to go in thoughts. What am I really saying? I want to be in a nanny state, or you can use other words. I don't want to be a sovereign being. I love when people say sovereign citizens. That's an oxymoron, but hey, you want to be sovereign, but yet you want to be a citizen. Okay. I want my cake and I want to eat it. Oh, okay. But not too many people questions their own words, whether it's spoken or having thoughts before even speaking it. I'm just talking out loud because I'm still learning, but eventually I won't talk anymore, hopefully. And then I can say, oh, no, there's nothing to be said. You know, hopefully I can get the energy and say, you're in the presence of Don. That speaks for itself. You know, I'm just using you as an example, Don, because I don't want them in the presence of somebody that's on their journey. You know what I mean? Like where other people will say, Dominic, I see the big picture. I'm like, okay, let's play this game. So I tell them a couple of little pictures in it. I said, how can you see the big picture? Well, you can't even see the parts because it's easy to say it in words. I love you. You said it in words. So what is that love? And then I start going inwards. Dominic, what they're showing you is obligation and duty. If we're going to use the word unconditional, how do we do unconditional with the conditioned realm?
Yeah.
You know, now you could be the observer, meaning that a child can see me showing kindness to Don. It's the child in the presence of us. There could be an energy and it feels it. You know, now I say the word feel because it's one of the receptors that we have. Most people want to think it. Okay, well, it's kind of like emotions. There's time, Don, and then you grasp it, Don, where there's times you should be angry. There's times you should be sad. There's times you should be frustrated. Same with other parts. There's times you should think. There's other times you should feel. But if you dam up one of those systems, you know, I hate when, I can't say I hate, that's the wrong word. I don't enjoy hearing. When I hear somebody else, you can't be angry. I said, who are you to tell somebody else what to do? If you don't agree in that moment or you don't enjoy that energy with them, then remove yourself. Now, if you were there first, you can ask them. But if they don't want to move, you still have the choice of removing yourself. That's like when people say, oh, Dom, I was married to a psychopath or a sociopath or narcissist. What does that make you then? You're even more underdeveloped if you come to the awareness. When did you know they were a psychopath? Oh, I knew a long time ago when he was working. He didn't really care about none of his workers. And you honestly think he's going to put a dome over you? That goes back to what that old story of a snake telling the frog, oh no, I won't bite you. Just help me across the river. He's a snake. I would assume the frog is stupid. Okay, and then he's going to do it over and over again. So when I hear people talk about, oh, Donald Trump is a psychopath. Okay, but what does that make you then? Naive, stupid, arrogant, too busy pointing fingers? Because if he openly tells you he's a psychopath. Everybody can say, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. I'm still not going to change nothing. And I'm only using that as an example because Donald Trump, I think, like a lot of us, we're just puppets here. You know, it's like here, my buddies complain about Prime Minister Trudeau. I said, well, he's from an elite family. He's been schooled in the best schooling system. He works for people. He doesn't work for the citizens. He works for people. If he does something wrong that affects big corporations, he'd be buried tomorrow. But if he fucks a million people over and over again, he's going to be rewarded tomorrow. This is where I think everybody needs to experience living in a mafia community. I don't care what kind of culture they are, to say, listen, do you respect the mafia? Well, I don't. I said, do you say that publicly or privately? What do you mean, Don? If you say it publicly, you're going to get beat up. If you say it privately, he might even be in the same room. He said, Don, thank you, Don. Dominic, you're telling me I'm a moron. I'm glad you're saying it to me privately. Why? Because it's between me and you. But if you say that publicly, you see that guy over there in the corner that looks like he's a muscle man, he's going to beat you up to show everybody else to stay in line. I'm not that way, Don, per se, but I like using my imagination. But at the same time, I like to use my intuitive part too. And I'm like, that's called respect. Consideration. People think respect and consideration should only be when it's favoring their likes. No, even your dislikes. If people disvalued their likes, a lot of people would have left America and Canada a long time ago. And then they would have went to another country and say, oh, we got another bag of worms we have to deal over here too. As I go on, Don. On and on. On and on.
Well, Jairo left the room, left the scene a while ago. He just woke up, and Joel came to check to see if we were still running our pie holes, and then he left again.
Hey, Jairo, when you went to sleep, me and Don, we kept quiet for about 10 minutes. Your spirit came out, and the shit that spirit told us. You better keep one eye open tonight, buddy.
Oh.
He is dead.
Mhm.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here, and I really enjoyed today. This was a great day.
Thanks, Don. And
Thank you for sharing, and may you find COVID-19. No. May you find
23.
the coronavirus. The coronavirus. That's it.
Corona.
And not COVID-19.
2023 now. It's 2023 now. It's no longer 2019.
May you find a COVID-23. May you not catch it, but you may find that it exists.
May all your virus be kicked in the ass and come to the corner. Hey, Joel. I'm off too. Ciao, guys.
Bye.
Thank you, Dominique. Thank you. Oh, look who's here. Oh, I can't hear you.
Everybody left and I fell asleep also. See you later.
You're saying goodbye. Thank
Bye-bye.
you for dropping by and
Thank you for holding that.
enlightening us. Oh, he left. So I must say goodbye to, I'm so tired. I didn't sleep but 1 or 2 hours last night.